Hello, namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. I trust you are feeling as well as you can be in this moment, despite whatever circumstances might be prevailing in your life at this time. I hope to be your humble host, and if I'm not, you can hold me accountable to that. I certainly make mistakes, and I'm not infallible. Remember that if there are any difficulties in your life, that this too shall pass, and whatever you're feeling is always a valid expression of what you're experiencing, both inside and out. I hope you find peace and relaxation here, nonetheless. So our first guests are joining now. Welcome. Allow me to also begin by setting the intention for this space as being a welcoming environment, open to everyone, regardless of background, identity, orientation, belief system, ethnicity, etc. May we come together as fellow students of life to uplift each other, relate in one another's experiences, and share positive sentiments. Hello, dear Pain. Welcome. Welcome, dear Mango. I'd also love to begin with a sacred chant, an invocation from an ancient set of scriptures known as the Katha and Taittiriya Upanishad, which in the ancient language of Sanskrit goes something like this. Sahana vavatu, sahana bhunaktu, saha viryam karva vahai, tejasvinavadhitamastu, ma vidvisha vahai. Shanti, shanti, shanti. Hari Tat Sat. That means something like, may the divine protect us both together. May the divine nourish us both together. May we work conjointly with great haste. May our studies be vigorous and effective, and may we not mutually dispute or hate any. May there be peace in us, may there be peace in our environment, and may there be peace in the forces that act on us. Welcome, dear Isabella. Thank you for blessing our Sangha with a finger heart. Here's one for you too. Radhe, Radhe. Hello, dear Freya. And thank you, dear Daus, for the heart me you sent too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Welcome, dear Zoe. Thank you, Freya. Hello, dear Kim. Hello, IFC John. Good now, dear Jack. How's it going in this fine instant? Wonderful, thank you. How are you? And I echo that question to everyone. Dear Cloud Fishing, you ask for recommended sources for studying Vedic wisdom. One of the greatest resources is to trust your own intuition. And it sounds like the opposite of an answer. I do have some other practical answers, but truly, one of the beautiful things about the Vedic heritage is that it's often inspired by self-directed revelation. Since the time of the rishis, the seers that revealed these ancient truths known as the Vedas, they were meditating, and through their own meditation came to understand these things. So, in the most ultimate sense, you could say that through your own meditation, the Vedas will reveal themselves to you. But a little more practically, you can take any Vedic scripture and then meditate on it. But of course, it's best done with a spirit of play before one has a teacher that can help ensure that the intention of the scripture is correctly conveyed through your intuition. Without a teacher, there are some great scriptures that are mutually understandable. Like the Bhagavad Gita is a great scripture to start because it's literally meant to be heard by a wide audience and be understood even without a teacher. Still, a teacher would help in understanding the Bhagavad Gita, but it's a great first entryway into that scripture. I would recommend that. And of course, learning Sanskrit really helps. The more you can learn the language, the less you have to rely on translations. Thank you, dear Zach, for the heart me that you sent to Jaya Sita Rama. And Her Royal Highness Seni, thank you for your 16 roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Thank you, Rahina, for the heart me that you sent. Om Ganganapataye Namah. You're very welcome, dear Cloud Fishing. I am thriving today. Thank you, Freya. Thank you for seeing that in me, dear Bob. How does one get to find peace with themselves? Well, I think there are many ways. But if there was a theme behind all of those ways, it's to know what it's like to not be peaceful. And sit with your own lack of peace until you decide to do something about it. Not out of a reactionary impulse to the world, not out of self-hatred, out of self-love, compassion, guided by your own value system. When you know what it's like to not be peaceful, and you sit with that long enough, the answers become clear for what the next step is in your life. Maybe that means a more formal route, getting counseling, therapy. Maybe that means reconnecting with friends and family. Maybe that means setting boundaries with some friends and family and standing up for yourself. But I believe if you sit with yourself, feel what you're feeling, the next step for you will become clear. And the next step for you may be very different from the next step for anyone else. But it all starts with getting familiar with how we are feeling in this moment. Thank you, dear Franklin, for your heart mate and your popular vote. Shri Ganeshaya Nama. You are quite well, Jack. I'm happy to hear that. Groovin', schmoovin', perhaps even scootin'. And happy that spring has sprung. Me too. Yes, I love the flowers. Have any of you seen some good flowers lately? Hello, dear Dr. H. A self-experiential science. That's a great description, Jack. Thank you, dear Jonathan, for the heart me that you sent. Dum Durgaya Namah. That's a big question, dear Pokey Dopey. Maybe we can unbox what you mean by that. Thank you, Her Royal Highness Seni. May we offer to the divinity within all of us. Hello, dear Star Talk. Welcome, dear Easy Real. Hello, Cod Ghost. Hello, Medic Man. You're eating dinner. Cheers, Cod Ghost. I'm glad you're eating. Let me tell you a little bit about what's on the agenda for today's live stream before I get into too many questions. Today we are just beginning, and at the beginning of these live streams I dedicate the first section to a listening portion known as Shravana in Sanskrit, and we'll be listening to this reading together as we continue through the Radiant Sutras. If you stick around, this will be a wonderful reading. It's a collection of 112 gateways to the yoga of wonder and delight. It's a conversation between the divine feminine and the divine masculine. It's an ancient translation and commentary of the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, a certain Sanskrit scripture. Has lots of different techniques for practical everyday meditation in a very human and loving way. And then we'll have a section really dedicated to Q&A. And I'll have a question of the day for all of you. That portion is known as Manana in Sanskrit. And then we'll end the live stream with a meditation. That portion is known as Nididhyasana in Sanskrit. Not to overwhelm you with Sanskrit terms. Our meditation will be a mantra chanting session. You're welcome to chant with us or just listen. If you want to stick around for that. That'll probably be in a few hours, which is the average duration of these live streams. So if any of that interests you, I hope you stick around, but you're always welcome to come and go. But dear Z, you had asked, how do you handle not having control over your pleasures that disrupt your peace? It's a bit of an irony, isn't it? That our own pleasure-seeking can disrupt our peace. So what are we really after? Pleasure or peace? I think it's easy to conflate the two, because it's true. We do find peace in pleasure. But the reason we have two words for these things is because pleasure also involves a time limit. No matter how good your food is, it doesn't continue to taste good after you've eaten it. Maybe it lingers on your tongue and your tummy is nice and full, but then 20 minutes later, the pleasure that you got from eating, where's that? It's gone. Maybe you now even have a tummy ache or feel like you're tired. And no matter how relieving a drag of a cigarette may be, again, an hour later you might feel agitated and need another one. So this word pleasure seems to denote a kind of peace that isn't real in the sense that it's not permanent. It doesn't last forever after you partake in it. So what do you do if you have seemingly no control, or you struggle with your control for your pleasure seeking, as you end up back into this place again where you need something else? I think it begins just with this understanding that you should begin to bring your life forces and energies towards something more permanent in your life. That means sacrificing a little bit of your short-term pleasure for long-term satisfaction. Invest in the self that is going to continue long after this present moment. Not just what your body and mind might enjoy for the next few minutes or hours or however long it is. Keep your awareness in knowledge of the fact that these highs often come with lows, but also vice versa. These lows are only temporary too. But instead of trying to just get from the next low to the next high, how can we take the whole course of highs and lows and lift it higher and higher so that in the long term you are growing? That requires being honest with yourself about your goals, your values, really deconstructing what you think you know about yourself and being open to so much more than you've limited yourself by now. Try to substitute your poor habits with healthier habits and rely on support groups. and the people around you in your life that help you. And if anyone else has any other additions, you are always, of course, welcome to add to whatever I say. But I hope any of that is helpful for you, dear Z, and anyone else struggling with similar things, which, let's be honest, is the whole world. Every human being knows what it's like to go through that, so you're not alone. Speaking of which, thank you, Lone Wolf, for the heart me that you had sent. Hare Krishna. Dear Jonathan, thank you for your flowers as well. Om Kring Kalikaye Namah. Thank you, Jackie, for the yippee. And Minnesota, thank you for your ice cream cone. Om Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. And a reminder that no gift is ever necessary or expected, but deeply appreciated. We've got a bunch of comments that I haven't attended to. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Just been going through them one by one, making sure that everyone gets addressed. Dear Ol, you asked, why did I stop talking about maths? Well, I generally talk about whatever people ask me to talk about. Not as many people have been asking me about mathematics lately. These live streams are almost entirely determined by you. So whatever you want to talk about, we can. If you want to talk about math, we can talk about math. But in general, I do try to focus in my own personal life on things that are grounding, and mathematics, although a beautiful field that I have a lot of love and respect for, it ultimately did not leave me feeling very grounded in my own personal approach, which is not the fault of mathematics. It's my own limitation, and in honor of my own limitations, I've shifted my focus in life to things that are a little bit more grounding and pertinent in my mental health endeavors. I hope that makes sense. Thank you, dear Easy Real, for the that you also sent. Yahoo! Dear Jackie, thank you for your tiny too. Yippee! Welcome, Sentient Crumpet. What do I use for my hair? Asked Star Talk. Not your mother's shampoo and conditioner. That's the actual brand name, not your mother's. How did you end up here? Asked Nina. Well, if you're talking about on this rock hurling through the void, we call Mother Earth. And this grand orchestra of stars we call our galaxy, among many others in what we call the universe. I have no idea. I just got here too. But I'd be happy to explore the mystery with you. Thank you, dear Reina, for your Good evening, Lone Wolf. Hello, dear Dave. Welcome, dear JMTS. How are you doing? Freya, you share that today you put garlic bread in a plastic plate and it melted your plate. That's what you get for eating garlic, because it's rajasic. Just kidding. Yeah, it is preferable to use plates that aren't heat sensitive like that. But it is a pity. Something as delectable as garlic bread now is melted with plastic. You don't want to eat that. It's a big shame. A moment of silence for your garlic bread and plate. Om garlic bread and plataya namah. Just kidding. Thank you, dear Kali, for the heart me you sent. Radhe Radhe. Hello, B Castle. You ask, how do we catch the snake this time? I am wondering, do you actually have a snake that you're trying to catch, or are you just curious what answers I'll give each time? How are my seedlings coming along? My Tulasi seedlings, they're growing very fast. I reached a very high germination percentage, probably like 99%. As far as I know, every single seed I planted has grown, which is like 100 of them. So I'm going to have more Tulasi plants and I'll know what to do with. Can I talk a little about Krishna, shares Innasoda? Sure, we can talk about Krishna. We can spend a little more time in the Q&A section too. Krishna, as a name, is Sanskrit for a couple of things. The first is that it means black or dark blue. It's one of the names for the sky or the ocean or space. That kind of gradient of colors from deep dark blue to just the blackness of space. It has to do with his skin color, but I would probably put it the other way around, that his skin color has to do with the name Krishna in terms of the art. Krishna is a name of the divine. And another meaning of Krishna is the all-attractive one, both in the sense of being beautiful, but in the sense of drawing your attention. And we get that sense when we're looking into a big body of water or in the sky or space, Krishna. And of course, when we're looking into space or into the ocean, there's all sorts of analogies we can make with the divine, the source. Everything comes from above, so to speak. And of course, the ocean is the source of biological life. So we can learn so much about what the personality of Krishna is just by breaking down the name Krishna. We could start there. Happy that you did well in a virtual interview, dear Gabriel. It sounds like you have a high focus on your health, physical and mental, which is good. Yeah. Good to trust in yourself for your happiness. Yeah. Welcome, dear Medusa. Thank you, dear Kali, for another heart me. Om Kamalir Mahakalikaya Namah. Thank you, Tyler, for your heart me too. Om Dum Durgaya Namah. And Marjorie, thank you for the rose you sent. Om Shri Mahalakshmi Namah. Welcome, Jackie. Time heals all wounds. Well said, Isabella. Hello, dear Pashtun. That's very understandable, dear John. In the Southern Hemisphere, winter is upon you there in South Africa. Her Royal Highness Annie. You're very welcome, Z. Thank you, dear Lucky Alice. Namo Buddhaya. I'm sorry you see that, dear Matt. Thank you for understanding, dear Goat Noises. Welcome, dear Ava Nora. I do have love for Buddhism and many other forms of spirituality. Hello, dear Kali. That sounds like a very creative thing to do, Zoe. I like that. Hello, dear Dean. Welcome, dear Jackie and Zoe. Thank you for saying that, dear Nathan. Dear Goat Noises, you ask, is there any 100% of anything? And anything beyond that, mathematically, sounds like there's 100% of your curiosity. And we love that. You are 100% asking the right questions. How about that? And there's 100% reason to remember the name. Thank you, dear Nikki, for your heart me, team bracelet, and popular vote. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. Hello, dear piece of Jels. You ask, how do we improve communication with the divine? By improving communication with yourself. You are part of the divine in your lower self, and the divine is part of you in your higher self. So your lower self needs to become more of a listener to your higher self, and your higher self needs to be more of a attendant to your lower self. When you understand that your self is not monolithic, that it exists on levels, not levels in terms of a authoritative hierarchy, but in terms of world and spirit. You have a worldly level and a spiritual level. Your worldly level is your body and mind, and your spiritual level is your consciousness. How you get your consciousness to connect with your body and mind, that is what prayer really is. Opening the channels for the different levels of your being to flow. Your higher self is your connection with the divine. So improving communication with that is all about how you open yourself up to yourself. That you are not closed off from any part of yourself. You try to let go of your limiting beliefs of yourself and just let your own experience pour from your heart. You've got everything you need inside you, and that's powerful. Dear Arkemos, you ask, what do you know about Samadhi? Reaching enlightenment by bringing down the brain electrical activity. Samadhi is one of the limbs of yoga. In the Yoga Sutras, penned by Panini, there are 8 limbs known as Ashtanga Yoga. He actually never called it Ashtanga Yoga, but that's fine, because Ashtanga Yoga isn't dishonest or anything, it's just descriptive. Ashta means 8, Anga means limb, Ashtanga means the yoga of 8 limbs. He called it Kriya Yoga, which is the yoga of interaction. Kriya. And they are sequential, and that there are some yogic practices to engage in when you're beginning. And there are some yogic practices that it all leads to. The very first limb of yoga is Yama Yoga, the yoga of restraint. This includes ahimsa, the practice of non-violence. It's probably better translated to least harm. Yoga begins in understanding that we are here to be caretakers of the world, and therefore, as caretakers of the world, We have to minimize the harm that we do in it. This is the very first principle of yoga. If you're good with that principle, you can move on to the next yama, Satya Yoga. Truthfulness, honesty, authenticity, sincerity. Being true to yourself. If you're good with that, you can move on to the next yama, and if you're good with all the yamas, you can move on to the niyamas. These are ways to go above and beyond. How to excel in your society. The niyamas start with shaucha, which is purity, cleanliness. Create a pure and clean environment around you and in your body and in your world. Make Mother Earth clean. If you're good with the yama and niyama yogas, then you can start to work on your body. Do some physical exercise. If you're good with that, you can move on to some sense withdrawal, breath work, concentration, meditation exercises. And it all culminates in Samadhi, which is a superconscious union of you as the subject and whatever your object of awareness is. This is all to say, Samadhi is the last thing in yoga. But the first thing is ahimsa, living a life of least harm. If we don't have the earlier yogas in check, we'll never get success in the higher yogas, especially not Samadhi. Most people jump to Samadhi as a kind of escapism. They want to achieve the ultimate without putting in the work of everything beforehand. I say focus on the beginning steps. Focus on ahimsa, on yama yoga. I have spent many years understanding this stuff, and I'm still not quite ready to move on to the higher yogas. I'm still figuring out how to live in the spirit of ahimsa. So how can I speak on Samadhi when I have so much more to learn still about the very first steps of yoga? This is a practice that takes lifetimes, and there's no rush into the highest realms of esoteric philosophy. Take your time being human, as I can only hope to be a role model of myself. Dear Tyler, you ask, how do you visualize logos? Well, I assume you're referring to the Greek word rather than images and icons of brands and organizations, logos. Logos is a root of the word logic in English. And it's the word in John 1:1 in the Bible. In the beginning was the word. The logos is actually the Greek word that's being translated into the word. The word. The word. The word was the bird. Well, the word was God and was with God. So there you go. The answer to your question is in the very first verses of John 1:1. Logos is whatever is the impulse of creation. It is the logic. It is the expression of the source itself. How do you visualize it? Look all around you. This is it. Look at the trees, the mountains, the rivers, the valleys, the sky, the clouds, the sun, the moon, all the planets, our whole galaxy and this universe at large, and all of its micro-inhabitants, scaling down to humans, plants, microbes, to rocks, to molecules and cells and atoms and particles and the vibration of quantum fields. That is the Logos. It is the logic. It is the expression of God itself. So you visualize it by exactly what your vision is looking like before you now. Everything around you. That is the Logos. Thank you, dear piece of Chaos, for your trio of roses. Kali Mahakali Kalike Parameshwari Sarvanandakare Devi Narayani Namostute. Dear Shakira, thank you for your heart mate. Shri Param Hanumate Namah. And dear Tapini, thank you for your heart mate. Om Ham Hanumate Rudhuratmakaya Hom Bhat Swaha. Alright, I've been really taking my time with these comments. Thank you for your patience, everyone. I'm happy to hear that for you. Dear Euphora Yoga. Welcome, Frosted Cereal. Kitties are well. Thank you for asking, Freya. Hello, dear Nikki. Dear Gabriel, you shared that my idea of disentanglement was very different from yours. You thought of it as distance from thought, and I told you it was about shifting from self-service to service to the world. Sounds like something I would probably say. By that you mean detachment or non-attachment, different from apathy. That's right. Yes. And in a way, both of our perspectives are the same. Because how do you ultimately distance yourself from the identification of the mind? By getting yourself out of the mind and into the world in terms of your service, your love, your commitment to being a part of this existence. Dear Zoe, you ask, where does the lower and higher self concept come from for me? It's very intuitive for me, and I don't have any particular source off the top of my head. This has come after studying Eastern spirituality and philosophy. There are two words in Sanskrit. There's Prakriti and Purusha. It's said to be the first division of reality. Not division in the sense of radical separation from one another, and especially not in any negative way. Division in the sense of understanding various aspects of the whole. All is one, but that one is made up of many. And the first way that that one becomes many is the one becomes two. So in the beginning, that one became two. And the names for those two are Prakriti and Purusha. Prakriti is material nature. That includes our bodies, that includes our minds, that includes our world. Purusha includes our consciousness. So the very first thing that takes place in time is a sense of variety between two very important aspects of this existence. There's the form, and then there's the formless. There's all the stuff, and then there's who's going to be there to experience that stuff. So the object and the subject. It's the lower self and the higher self. The only reason the word lower is chosen, and it can be a bit of a misnomer, because it sounds like we're putting it on a hierarchy, is simply because of the metaphorical direction in which the lower self arises out of the higher self. That consciousness is one with the whole. In the beginning, you could say the one was just pure consciousness. And then that whole discerned itself from what comes out of that whole, which is its parts. The Prakriti includes the many bodies like you and I. So all the parts, all the form comes out of the formless. The word in Sanskrit is avatara, which means dissension. The form is an avatara of the formless. That's where the term lower comes from. And then the consciousness remains as the higher self. That's the one that's you, that's seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, feeling. And then everything that you are, hearing, feeling, tasting, smelling, and seeing, which, if you pay attention, includes your body, includes your mind, is part of the form that has descended from you as the consciousness. So that's the lower self, is all the form. And the higher self is pure consciousness. Nothing about consciousness to see, nothing about it to hear, nothing that can be tasted or smelt or felt, because it is the one that sees. Pardon me, the one that hears, the one that smells, tastes, feels, etc. That's where this concept comes from. And then if you can understand that model, it becomes self-evident in your experience. Hello, dear. Yo. Sorry, my voice is coming back. Sometimes it comes and goes. It's gone to get some milk. Thank you, dear Tamar, for your heart me. And octet of roses. Bhurmbhuvaswa tatsaviturvarenyam bhargo devasya dhimahi dhiyo yo na prachodayat. And thank you, Kristen, for your heartbeat. Om Narayanaya Vidmahe Vasudevaya Dhimahi Tanno Vishnu Prachodayat. Well said, dear John. And dear Zoe. What time is it in my time frame? It's 3:33 p.m. Welcome, dear Vangelis and Tonvlas. Good night, Aurelia. Thank you, dear Shiva Bruel, for the pair of... No, not just a pair, a trio of hand hearts. Thank you. And a heart me. Om Namah Shivaya. Well said, dear Ranjit. Ahimsa should be in thoughts and speech also. Namaste, dear Stevie G. Mayuri, you ask, do I believe in astrology? Whenever someone asks a question to me phrased like this, do you believe in something? The first thing that comes to mind is, well, I have to tell you, but I don't even have a belief system. There isn't anything I can point to that I tell you I believe in or disbelieve in. It's all a matter of perspective. There are many perspectives in which astrology can be helpful. And if we understand its intent, then it doesn't become a matter of belief or disbelief. It's a matter of when you know you can utilize it and its limitations. Astrology is part of the system of divination, like tarot, that can help you understand what's called Prarabdha karma, which is a very technical term in Sanskrit. But I should break it down, because if we truly understand what Prarabdha karma is, and for that matter, what karma is, because it's often misunderstood, then there will be no question of what astrology is or isn't. Karma, as a Sanskrit word, comes from the root kr, which means to do or to act. One of the most basic verbs that can be in any language. To do something, to act in any way. Karma literally means action, or something that has been done. So when you blink, is that something that has been done? Yes, so blinking is a karma. When you breathe, is that an action? Yes. Breathing is an action. Anytime a verb is invoked, that is some activity, and therefore that's a karma. Sanskrit is a very spiritual language, however, and so its words have a lot of depths to them. And when they make their way into English without proper translation, we can have all sorts of associations with them. Many people wonder, is karma the system of punishments and rewards that the universe is keeping track of? Is it this ripple effect where every action has an equal and opposite reaction? What is the law of karma? Where does it come from? Well, it's this ancient word that means an action. The theory of action, known as karma yoga, simply states that whatever we do, it will have a consequence. Sometimes that consequence is determined by us. Sometimes that consequence is not determined by us. Regardless of what determines the consequence of the action, which is known as the phalam, the fruit. The word phalam is often confused for karma. When most people say karma, they really should be using the word phalam, which means the result, the fruits of the action. There are three different types of this. There's the actions that we're doing in this lifetime, known as the kriyamana karma. That's what shapes your destiny in this lifetime, what you do today. Then there's what's coming from endless past lifetimes. Or if you don't even believe in reincarnation, not a problem. It's whatever consequences that have come from all the actions that led to your birth that you don't decide in this lifetime. That is your prarabdha karma, and that's what astrology deals with. And then there's a third branch of karma, known as your sanchita karma, and that's all the karma that has not come to fruition in this lifetime, coming from endless past lifetimes, and that may be a part of your next life. But not all karma goes into your next life. It's an advanced system, isn't it? So what does astrology determine? It does not determine your sanchita karma. It does not determine what may happen in your next life. It does not determine what you are going to do. It is not going to determine your destiny in this life, because those are the sanchita karma and the kriyamana karma, respectively. The only thing it informs us on is our Prarabdha karma. These are the actions that have gone into our birth out of our control. It tells us what we are going to experience, not what we're going to do. So, you can use that if you're interested in knowing what you are going to experience. Not as a result of your actions in this lifetime, but as a result of actions before you were born. So the question you asked, do I believe in astrology? Now that I've properly defined what is astrology as a tool for understanding your Prarabdha karma, it's not a matter of belief or disbelief. It's a matter of how you choose to use it. I personally don't choose to use that tool because I'm not so curious about my Prarabdha karma, because I know that my Kriyamana karma is determined by me regardless of my other forms of karma. Then personally, I don't need to know, so I choose not to read into those things. But if I ever did need to know, then I could utilize such techniques like astrology or other forms of divination that help me understand my Prarabdha karma. It's funny how simple questions that appear to have a yes or no answer on the surface actually require a lot of in-depth breaking down of the words in the question. I hope that's helpful in general for a description of what astrology is and an introduction into the concept of karma. Hello, dear Katie Chris Candy Crush. Absolutely, I may pray for you. I pray that regardless of your Prarabdha karma, speaking of which, all of the things that you get to experience in this life, that you take full advantage of your Kriyamana karma, that your free will to shape the rest of your destiny. Welcome, dear Stevie G. I'm glad to hear you had some nice breath work done. Hello, faithful being. I look different. Yeah. But if we pay attention to the differences, how can we recognize what's always been the same? Maybe we can look for that. We can look for what remains unchanged. And thank you, dear Druidia, for the heart may you shared. Mitoraya Namah. Gabriel, you had asked, what was the role of opium in the autobiography of an American Swami? Seems like a pretty harsh substance. I don't remember. Opium was mentioned and other drugs in the autobiography of an American Swami. However, it didn't play that pivotal of a role, I don't think, in the plot. At least, not for me personally. I think the reason drugs were mentioned in general in the story is just to show that that was the culture, and is the culture in many places in the world, as a means of escapism from the grim reality of their geopolitical situation or their family matters or the current tension. And the author did confess that he did partake in many substances. I can't remember if he actually partook in any opioids, but he renounced it all. And later, when he returned to parties where drugs were being used, he felt like he no longer identified with any of that. So I think the role was just to, raise awareness that it is a reality, even among people who consider themselves to be spiritual, they often turn to drugs and substances as a means of affecting their consciousness when they don't have to. And the author was able to let go of all of that and find a more holistic, devotional approach to reaching such states of consciousness where he could be blissful and feel free. And thank you, dear Anisek, for your heart me. Ravaye Namah. Hello, dear Shakira. Happy Wednesday, dear Crossfires. Hello, dear Shelly Belly. Dear Archaeamos, you ask, do I consider myself a Buddhist, Hindu, Gnostic, which is spiritual in a broad sense? I do not consider myself to be anything in particular. If I had to choose among the things you shared, I would say just spiritual in a broad sense. And thank you, dear Kitty. Dear Mariri, you ask, in my opinion, why do we struggle with letting go of what's not making us feel good or happy? Because even if it doesn't actually make us feel good or happy anymore, perhaps it used to, and the belief is still there, the habit is still there, the neural pathways are still there, and therefore it still requires effort to get out of that cycle as our system perpetuates habits, even habits that no longer serve us. It's just easier to cling to things that are familiar, even if what's familiar is not so good for us anymore. Adding to that, why is it hard to do something good for you? Because it wouldn't be very good for you if it was easy. Most of the time, what's good for you is going to be a struggle. And that struggle can even be a compass for what the right thing to do is. Where you find there is resistance is often where you should be giving more attention, because there's something there you have a hard time accepting, and the more we can accept more parts of ourselves, the better we'll be. Next question is how can we then attend to letting go of what's not making us feel good or happy? If there's a habit there that has formed out of a misunderstanding, that you've invested this belief in this pattern, there's an underlying belief that it will make you happy. Recognize the unreality of that belief. Honor that perhaps it did serve you at one point in time, and that it is going to be a challenge to transition to a new routine, and rely on the people around you to help you enter new behavioral patterns. Keep bringing to mind your values that supervene. Is that a word? Your values that transcend this habit. Because even though you're engaging in something that a part of you believes will make you feel good or happy, the very fact that you're asking this question proves to me that you already have a higher sense of knowing. And in that higher sense of knowing, You know that there's something better for you to do. So follow that wisdom. Keep bringing that to mind, whatever value there is informing you of some change to make. Forgive yourself for the long journey ahead and any mistakes or setbacks that may come with embarking on that journey. And know that the time that it takes you to transition is perfectly meant for you. And you don't have to hold yourself to anyone else's standard. You are right where you need to be in that journey. Thank you, dear Ezereal, for the that you sent. Yahoo! Lots of wonderful questions. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Hello, dear Meow. You were reunited with someone you hadn't seen in over a year today. Totally unexpected, but you don't know how to feel. Well, that makes sense. Yeah. And you don't know how to feel because you don't have to feel anything in particular. The fact that this is unexpected means that you are open to whatever and whatever has happened. I'm sure there's a roller coaster of emotions, many of them seemingly contradicting each other, and that's okay. You don't have to have easy to define emotions. You're allowed to be complex and nuanced as a human being. You can celebrate crossing paths with someone that meant something to you at a certain time. You can also celebrate how your life paths are converging or diverging. Be happy for them. Exchange memories. Or just hold space for them with distance, depending on what they mean to you now. You've learned so much in the last year since running into them again. That includes understanding probably their role in your life. Trust in that. Thank you, dear Woo Woo, for your heart me. Suryaya Namah. And dear Usha Priyaji, thank you for the love painting and the 14 roses and another 21. Bhanave Namah. Gemalina, if that's how I pronounce your name, you can let me know if there's a preferred way. Thank you for your rose and your donut. Ham Jum Sa Triyambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam Urvarukam Iva Bandhanan Mrityor Mukshiya Mamritat. Dear Eo, you ask, how can you stop pretending and just be yourself? You are yourself, even in your pretending. Self-acceptance includes accepting the parts that make you feel like you can't accept yourself. Radical love means loving even the parts of you that don't love. And you'll be surprised to find out that when you allow yourself to be as you are, even in those moments where you don't feel like you are how you should be, you will become authentic anyway. It's a blissful sort of paradox. that you take off your mask by realizing that your mask is also a part of you. And when you realize that your mask was allowed to be there also, it dissolves. And this is simply because the other way around is how you persist false identities. When you continue to reject part of yourself, you aren't truly being yourself, because you are not a rejecter, you are an acceptor. So to be yourself means to accept, not to reject. Thank you, Gemelina, for your 17 roses and another half a dozen and a rosa. Pushne Namah. Let's see where I left off. There we are. Sounds lovely, dear John. You're allowed to have weird dynamics, dear Miel. I think most dynamics are weird. If you overthink anything, it becomes weird. We, in our minds, have an incredible ability to make anything weird, don't we? It's like the human trait. It's our signature move, humans. We can make anything that's perfectly normal weird. Just making eye contact, normal thing to do. But if you overthink eye contact, it becomes weird. I can't look at you anymore. Not looking at you, not making eye contact, perfectly normal. But if I overthink not making eye contact, oh my God, I'm not looking at you, what a weird thing to do. Having voice cracks, it's perfectly normal. But if you overthink voice cracks, oh my goodness, they become so weird. Almost everything we do, if we don't overthink it, is perfectly normal. But if you do overthink it, it becomes weird. I think there's one exception, however. The more you think about weirdness, the more normalized even weirdness becomes again. Like in what we were just doing, playing around with some ideas. Thank you, dear Anisoda, for your heart meme. Hiranyagarbhaya Namah. I am 23, dear Onita. Dear faithful being, you ask, do you think you, as Yam, can reach enlightenment, or do I think it's something I'd ever even want? This is a good question. The way I understand enlightenment is that it is the state of our natural self. We don't have to reach for it so much as we have to just learn to continue to be ourselves. Enlightenment is not a process of attaining something we don't already have. It's a process of just being. And I don't need to want to be who I am deep down. I already am who I am deep down. And I trust that that shall come out as I continue to make mistakes and learn from them, attend to the people in my life, learn from them, including you all. And if I continue to try to get whatever is inside of me out, like that love, like that peace, like that joy, And then I know that day by day I am becoming more authentically aligned with that. And the greater picture of life and how I fit into that becomes more resolved. Dear Tamar, you asked for advice on how to start learning Sanskrit. Start with the sounds. There are some very simple videos you can watch that are like 60 seconds of just someone doing the alphabet. In fact, I can just do that for you right now. You could even replay this part of the recording. The vowels. I, U, R, A, I, O, The gutturals. Ka, ga, nga. The palatals. Cha, ja, nya. The retroflexes. Ta, da, na. The dentals. Ta, da, na. The labials. Pa, ba, ma. The semivowels. Ya, ra, la, va. The sibilants. Sha, sa. The aspirate. Ha. And the conjunct. Ksha. Those are the sounds of Sanskrit. You find a video like that, preferably one that teaches you exactly how to articulate each of those sounds. Sanskrit is truly built on its sounds. If you understand the sounds with a solid enough foundation, that's already a huge step into learning the language. This is more true for Sanskrit than probably any other language because there is an intimate relationship between the meaning of a word and the sounds that it uses in the word. That is to say, you don't simply have to learn how a word sounds and what it means. If you're perfectly attentive to the sounds, that tells you the meaning of the word. In fact, you don't even have to have someone tell you the meaning of the sounds. You might never even learn Sanskrit in your life, but just by being attentive to sounds that the human makes. We put a certain intention into each movement of the tongue and its contact with the teeth, the palate, the lips, the throat, how we use our voice, how we use our breath, how we change the place of resonance or the pitch. There's so much meaning in that, and Sanskrit is a very subtle language at the level of pure sound. So please start with the sounds. You could spend a lifetime just practicing the sounds before you get to any grammar. Thank you, Anasoda, for the heart me you sent. And thank you, Danny, for the heart me you sent too. Om Marichaye Namah. Dear Anasoda, you ask, how to see your own light through the lies that the mind tells of the self. It's very simple to determine if a thought is a lie or not. Is the thought compassionate to everyone involved? If it's not, then it's not true. because the highest truths are those that include everyone's well-being in them. That can be a little difficult at times. For example, if someone truly has lost their connection to you, but you keep telling yourself in your mind, no, they like me. On the surface, that might sound compassionate. I'm affirming that they like me, which means that they are capable of liking, and that I am capable of being liked. But are you truly compassionate to the fact that you don't need people to like you? You don't need to be affirmed of that. That there is a connection with yourself to deepen before you rely on anyone else. When you really see the compassion for every part, then you can look that thought in the eye directly, so to speak, and go, this thought is not speaking to the highest truth. I wouldn't use the term lie per se. It's not that a thought can either be true or false, because that's a very limiting binary. I would say, am I truly giving compassion to all parts of myself and others in this thought? Or does this thought hide some things that I could be giving more compassion to? And then explore your own inquiry in that way, and that will tell you what to do with that thought. Thank you for your moderation, G. Faithful being, you ask, is karma the reason why some babies look so miserable when they're born? Remember that karma is a model that can be used in many different situations. And there are ways of seeing the truth in the lens of karma in many situations. There are absolutely scenarios where I would prefer to use a different model. And that's especially true when it comes to how people suffer as a result of their birth. Because the topic of karma is so easily misunderstood, I think it's better to perhaps be more grounded in something more familiar when it comes to addressing suffering based by birth. Otherwise, that can lead to a lot of invalidation of the person. It might lead someone to blame another person for their own birth defects, for the health problems that they experienced as a result of maternal complications. In such situations, I would not personally use the model of karma and simply brush these problems under the rug of you were a bad person in your past life or something like that. Because the true philosophy surrounding our action is so much more nuanced than that, and it requires a very careful deconstruction of exactly what we mean by these terms, by Prarabdha karma and actions that went into our birth. So, for the sake of not invalidating a person who struggles with the context surrounding their birth and things that they haven't chosen, not propagating any misconceptions about them being punished for their past life or anything like that. I would not say that babies look so miserable when they're born because of their karma. I would say that they look so miserable because, oh my God, the womb is where it's at, and come on, this world is so freaking overwhelming. You got everything you need while you're inside your mother. It's lovely in there, and then you come out and it's like, oh my God, who are all these people? What are all these scientific instruments? What is light? I've never seen this before. People are picking me up, moving me around, have to do this, have to do that. I think it's no surprise that most of us cry. On the subject of numerology, dear Nicholas, indeed that's another method of attending to what's known as Prarabdha karma. I can't say I've ever tried to do that, dear Dr. Camellia. Thank you, dear Anisek, for your 21 roses. Adityaya Namaham. Thank you, dear Katie Chris. I think I have seen a couple episodes of The Walking Dead, dear Victor, when I was younger. When I'd go to people's houses and they'd have it on the TV. That's hilarious, Crossfires. You want to be blissful and free. That is a universal urge, dear Jackie. And I know you will succeed in that. I'm happy to hear that your husband seems to be going through a positive transformation, dear Crossfires. Speaking of misunderstandings of karma, dear Zoe, you feel as though karma confuses you and gets you into ethical dualism in the scale of consciousness. Yes, truly, with the correct understanding, it's a very, very simple and intuitive model. I made a video a year ago about it that breaks down misconceptions about it. To put it as simply as possible, imagine forgetting everything you know about karma. Imagine this was the first time you ever heard that word. It literally just means action. And the philosophy surrounding action, known as karma yoga, which is expressed in ancient scriptures, simply states that we have expectations whenever we do something. And when our expectations are unfulfilled, we suffer. And when our expectations are fulfilled, we experience pleasure. And so the suffering relating to our actions has to do with the expectations that go into those actions. Or more specifically, our attachment to outcome. The main thing we have to relearn about action is that the outcome is out of our control. The truth of karma in ancient scripture is almost the opposite of the colloquial understanding. Most people believe that the law of karma states that our actions have an equal and opposite reaction. That's not the law of karma. The law of karma states that sometimes our actions have unintended consequences. Can you be free in your intention of the outcome. That's how you incur no karmic bondage. Sometimes in life, you study to the best of your abilities and still get a poor grade. The law of karma teaches us to detach from the outcome, because your grades aren't always determined by your own actions. A grade is an outcome. Not all outcomes are in your control. What you should be proud of is not your grades, but your effort. So a karma yogi, someone who practices to be one with their action, they practice to be free from karmic bondage by becoming non-attached to the outcome of their actions and simply trying their best anyway to make the world a better place. That the greatest gift is to just give. Whether you experience unfortunate outcomes or fortunate outcomes has nothing to do with karma. Your actions are an expression of you. They are your free will. The consequences, the outcomes, are an expression of the universe's free will that you don't get to decide. You only get to choose what you want to do in this life. And if you bind yourself up in expectation that something must happen the way I want it to, then that's where true suffering takes place. Not in bad or unfortunate outcomes, because you can even have good outcomes but still not truly be happy. And you can have poor outcomes and still find a way to be happy. Therefore, the philosophy of karma teaches us that you don't get to decide what happens to you, but you do get to decide what you want to do in this life. So pursue that, regardless of if it happens or not. Find something that you love to do because you love to do it, not because it might give you a good result or not. Then you are practicing what's called karma yoga. If you wanted to learn more about that, that is taught in the ancient scripture known as the Bhagavad Gita, which is the oldest and most authentic text on what karma yoga is. What the yoga, the union of action, is. Thank you, dear Jen, for the love you that you sent. Savitore Namaha. Thank you, Tolkien, for the heart me that you sent to. Bhaskaraya Namaha. Mirmander, thank you for your rose. No, your heart me rather. And your pair of tiny tinies. Yippee. Thank you, Stolen Voices, for the finger heart you send. Som Somaya Namaha. Dear Tina, thank you for the heart me you send. Hare Krishna. Dear Easy Real, thank you for your tiny tiny. Yippee! And thank you, Stolen, for another finger heart. Wow, we've got a lot of comments today. Just to let everyone who sent a comment recently know, I'm right now 150 messages before the topmost comment. So it may be several minutes before I read any comment in the last few minutes. That's because in these live streams, I make sure that everyone's comment gets read one by one. So it can take me several hours to go through all of them, but if you're patient, I will go through every single one. So I could go a little faster. I've been very detailed with all the comments so far. We haven't even gotten to our reading or other segments of this live stream. Are we all the same photon? Asks Ragal. And thank you, Raisin Brand. That is one way I do see new comments, is when a moderator pins one from a more present time. Then I can still see it on my screen. Are we all the same photon? I like that. I like the spirit of that question. That photon is a unit of light in physics. Light is an information carrier. We are absolutely all part of the same electromagnetic field of which photons are vibrations in. We, at the level of our bodies and minds, are different vibrations, but of the same vibratory field. But maybe, if you allow some time travel, the very same vibrations that make up me come back in time to make up you after they're done being me. And so in any individual slice of the present moment, it seems like there are different vibrations, but actually it was just one being playing the role of all other beings simultaneously. Thank you, dear Mermander, for the level up sparks. Kameshwaryai Namah. Dear Lexi, thank you for your heart me and 108 roses. Bhagamalinyai Namah. Woo woo, you had asked, how do you stop being, talking, and thinking negatively? You were brought up that way. It hurts others. That's a very mutual experience, dear Woo Woo. We all know what that's like in some capacity. I sure do. Yeah. It's very rare you'll find someone that was brought up thinking positively. Even me, who had a wonderful set of parents that are very positive, I still found a way to grow up to be a very negative teenager and young adult. And it has taken considerable effort, in spite of that, to shift my mind to a more positive frame of reference. I've begun to do that very slowly by continuing to remember that I am not here to judge anyone or anything. I am here to learn something from everyone and everything. That way, if I keep my perspective oriented such that I pick out at least one good quality I see in everyone around me, then I am always learning. And that benefits me. And if I am always learning, that benefits others too, because the world has a more informed person in it that happens to be me. The more I focus on compassion, patience, understanding, and love, the greater of a gift that I become to the world. I can forgive myself for being negative because, as you said, it's not your fault. Negativity is something that gets ingrained in us. To some extent, it's even part of our evolution to look for danger, to be self-preserving. It's part of our culture, for sure, to be individualistic. But we can change that with little effort every day, compounding on itself over time. That adds up. And we can shift the dial from negativity being our default to more and more positivity. One practice that you can do is simply be grateful for something every time you notice that you're complaining about something else. Balance every complaint with at least one point of gratitude, or even more than that. I think psychologists say that negativity to positivity has about a 5-to-1 ratio. So every negative action or thought should be balanced with 5 positive actions or thoughts. That's true in relationships, for example. That just doing one thing nice to your partner after doing one thing unkind is not enough. Obviously, that number is not a prescription. It's not like exactly when you hit 5 positive things, your partner will forgive you. But at least go above and beyond so that everything that you do negative is balanced by more positive. And then it begins to outweigh the negative. You have the power to change. Forgive yourself for any limiting beliefs and work on that a little bit every day. Thank you, dear Michael, for the rose you sent. I saw that you sent an email a few days ago. Please forgive me for I haven't had the time to read it yet, but I'll absolutely check it out soon. Thank you. Om Nitya Klinaya Namaha. Dear David, you ask, which archetypes do I resonate with? Hopefully all of the ones that bring out a balanced sense of self. I hope to look up to the archetype of the mother to bring out my inner nurturing. I hope to bring out the archetype of the father to bring out my inner direction. I hope to bring out the archetype of the witch to bring out my medicinal knowledge and trust in my solidarity in nature. I hope to resonate with the archetype of a baby, to bring out my inner curiosity and wonder and innocence. Dear Tina, you share, you don't understand why people have to be so childish and ignorant and hateful. It hurts your heart. That's because you have a good heart, Tina. And you see the good in others, even when they aren't able to see the good in themselves. And that's hard when you know other people have a potential to be so much more than what they are expressing now. You are able to see how every human being is capable of becoming more informed and aware, mature, and loving. And that's a beautiful part of your vision, Tina. And it is challenging to be able to have a healthy relationship with that vision, so we can even have enough room in our hearts for the way that people are now, in spite of all the ways that they could be. Offering space for those around us to become better, grow, but yet not being attached to the vision we see for them. That takes a lot of growth. Hello, dear Steve. Thank you, dear Emilio. I like that point, faithful being. When you remove your presence from the room, you overthink and entertain your thoughts. Be present in your surroundings. Weird is just a different normal. I like that quote, dear Emilio. Hello, hip-hopper, non-stopper. Thank you. I am very blessed for the amount of people that come here. I mean, I would still be happy to do this even if I got 1/10 of the number of the people here. So the fact that I get this many is just beyond my wildest imagination. Thank you. Dear Ain Suf, you wonder, how do we know what Sanskrit sounded like? There are 3 ways we know what Sanskrit sounds like. The first is that people have been speaking Sanskrit for thousands of years and never stopped. Unlike other ancient languages that eventually stopped being spoken, Sanskrit never did. There has been someone speaking Sanskrit consistently for thousands and thousands of years. The second reason why we know what Sanskrit sounds like, even in ancient times, is because of an ancient grammarian named Panini. And Panini, I think earlier in this live stream I said Panini was the author of the Yoga Sutras. I just misspoke. Patanjali was the author of the Yoga Sutras. Panini is the author of the Ashtadhyayi, which is the book of 8 parts. Both Patanjali and Panini are responsible for different systems involving 8. Patanjali's Ashtanga Yoga, and then there's Patanjali's Ashtadhyayi. So in Panini's Ashtadhyayi, he clearly lays out how you move each part of your mouth to pronounce the sounds. And the sounds of Sanskrit are laid out in a precise sequence. So for example, ka, ka, ga, gha, nga, these are all pronounced in the same part of your mouth. What changes is just the voicing or aspiration or nasalization. In fact, Sanskrit sounds are so geometrical that they form a perfect grid corresponding to exactly 5 places of articulation. So if you know exactly these 5 places of articulation, then you know entire sets of sounds. And the combination of 3 different qualities, voicing, aspiration, and occlusion. The third reason why we know what Sanskrit sounds like is because, or did I already say it? The first reason was because it's always been spoken. The second reason was because it was written down so early by Panini. And yeah, I said the third reason. The third reason is because Sanskrit's very mathematical, that there's a certain structure of the sounds and you can follow that pattern to reproduce them very easily. And thank you, dear Gabriella, for your heart me. And Nonette of popular votes. Bhairundaya Namaha. Hello, dear Strawberry Star Bunny. Hello, Crystal. Dear official Queen Lynette, you ask, do I think it's discompassionate to block people? As a whole, we cannot say, as it depends on case by case. Sometimes it can be immature to block someone when there's still room for healthy communication. For example, if you block someone just because you don't like them, that's not exactly a very compassionate reason. If, however, someone has been persistently messaging you, and you try your best to respond and set boundaries, but they keep getting crossed, you open up other channels of communication, and no matter what you do, you exhaust all possibilities that you can think of for healthy communication. And this person doesn't seem to be benefiting by having your inbox open anymore. Then yeah, I think it would be the compassionate thing to do, to close that off from them, set that boundary so that they know that your space isn't something that they can be entitled to, that they don't need to depend on, and they can discover in their own life, with that boundary in place, how to connect with some part of themselves that clearly isn't being connected to because they were seeking that in you before they healed that part in themselves. But implied by that example, I believe it is important to explore other options first. Communication doesn't have to be a completely binary, you're open to everything or nothing at all. You can set micro boundaries by saying first, hey, can you only message me under this context or condition? Or can you wait until I respond? Or can you stop liking all my posts? Or express how you feel, and then an actionable thing for them to do. Can you take, a few days to yourself? I feel like I just need some time, whatever it may be. There's all sorts of things you can do in the interim. Thank you, dear Mirjam. Mm-hmm. Hello, dear Garrett. It's good to be kind, dear Crystal. Kindness is how you express your higher self. Not something to be expected. Not something to be obligated to do. But something that you want to do because it feels good to be kind. Thank you for Alex20. Dear Garrett, you clarify, is the general idea to escape the model of karma? Yeah. In fact, Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, the very same scripture that explains the types of actions and the philosophy of karma yoga, that ultimately you are to recognize that you are not the doer. You are merely a witness. But your witnessing is not passive. What you give your attention to, you use the divine as an instrument to send energy in that direction. You can abuse this power by bringing your attention to things that don't deserve energy. Or you can take advantage of this power and bring that witnessing to the parts of your experience that need it most. But you see, even the actions of your body as carried out by material nature and you are the spirit that pervades it. Hello, dear goofy little finger painter. Update, I am 141 messages from the top comment. So I'm making my way down there. Welcome, dear Juju. Thank you for asking how I'm doing, dear Mermander. I am well. Thank you, dear Moonlight. Dear Mermander, you share that your wonderful fish, which for those who aren't in the loop is the name of a cat, Fish the cat, is approved for surgery. And you're going to Washington next month. Could I please pray for him? Absolutely. I will continue to keep Fish in my prayers. I'm very grateful that he's able to get some assistance from professionals. Using up one of their 9 lives, certainly. What a blessing it is to have pets in our lives. And I hope that Fish continues to be a lovely part of your life, in health for as long as possible, and that all goes well with the surgery. I just have to comment on something. I wish I didn't have to do this. I won't point anyone out in particular, but someone had said that my girlfriend muted them so they won't come to my live again. First of all, yes, I do have a partner here who is moderating, and they are extremely liberal in what they allow. I am so grateful for their moderation and their intuition, their wisdom, and how spaces like this should be conducted. There is a absolute enormity of ways to express yourself that my moderators will absolutely allow you to engage in. So if they mute you, it's probably for a darn good reason. And if you're not coming back because you are expressing objectification of me, I don't want you to come back anyway. I don't personally take offense, but think about if the genders were reversed in our society. Imagine there was a female sitting here and a bunch of men complaining that they were getting muted because they were objectifying a woman. Damn right, if you don't want to come back because of that, I hope you don't come back. Sorry, not sorry. The point of my live streams is not to be hit on or objectified, and I'm so sorry for all those people that do have to deal with that on a daily basis. Like so many women, I'm only beginning to understand what that's like for you, and I hope we create a world where we can just be in each other's presence and offer love and compassion without the implication that that means there's some personal relationship we have to develop intimately or romantically. Can't we just pursue what we love freely without having to get involved at such a lower chakra level? Let's raise our energies. Let's go beyond the body in this way. It's not about the physical. There's so much more to life than just chasing possible romantic interests. If anyone here thinks they have even a smidgen of a chance to be with me romantically, bye-bye, because that's not the point of these live streams. And I wish to be dead serious with that. I'm only coming here to share what I love from my heart, hoping to uplift others, share my personal experience, learn from all of you. This in no way is an offering of romance or intimacy. I hope that's clear. And so I am a little disappointed that another Sanghi here defended the person that was muted and doubts my moderator's judgment too. If you think that a lack of freedom to objectify another human being is a lack of personal freedom and autonomy, then you have many lessons to learn. I don't mean to be harsh, I just mean to be real with that. That freedom of speech is not the same thing as getting to say whatever you want. Because words can be hurtful. Even if I'm not personally offended by it, I, as someone who has a large audience, at least what I consider to be a large audience, I have to be a role model and set clear boundaries for others so that they know that there are ways that you don't get to speak to another person without some consequences, like privileges taken away. Anyway, I don't mean to harp on this point for too long. 99% of the comment section is always wonderful, and I'm so grateful for all of you that truly get me and what we do here and understand the message and purpose. So thank you, everyone. Just for the minority that perhaps needs that reminder, I am sorry if I put that in a way that was maybe a little more direct than it needed to be. But I think sometimes it needs to be said. I thank you for understanding. And thank you, Jason, for the heart me that you had sent. Vahnivasinyai Namaha. And dear Shannon, thank you for your hand hearts. Vajreshwariyai Namaha. Alright, now that that's out of the way, where was I in the comment section? I know this story, Amanda. I love this story about karma, yes. This is a great one. Let me see if I can read all your wonderful messages. There's a story about the goddess of karma. Once upon a time, a king invited all the holy men in the land to a feast at his palace. Overhead, an eagle dropped a poisonous snake in the soup. The king had poisoned the soup. When the goddess of karma was assigned to blame for the poisoned holy men, for who poisoned the holy men? Of course, the king was. So all the karma was placed on the head of the maid. I think there was a comment that got missed in there. I haven't heard this specific version of the story, but I'm sure that the comment was the king had the power, and so the king said that the maid made the mistake because the maid made the tea, and so the karma was placed on the head of the maid. And then there's no more comments. Okay, well, I heard a different version of that story. Because it seems like the commenting ended there. The version of the story that I heard was that this took place in a forest. And there was this spiritual teacher who was giving soup to their students. And an eagle carrying a poisonous snake dropped the snake into the soup. And when the teacher offered the soup to the students, and of course the students got poisoned, all of the gods and goddesses were arguing over who should get dealt the karma. Is it the students for not being aware of what was in the soup? Is it the teacher for not being aware of what he was doing when he was making the soup? Is it the bird for dropping the snake in the soup? Or is it the snake for being poisonous? While they were discussing, somebody came up and started yapping. They were saying, "Oh, this and that, you're all terrible, blah 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 blah, you should all be punished, blah 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 blah." And that's when the gods and goddesses realized who should take on the karma. It's the person who came up and started yapping and said, "This is how it should be." There's a kind of lesson there that speaks to that the moment we feel like we know what's right for another person, then we take on their karma. And that is why it's so pertinent not to judge others. Because the moment we judge others, we take on a little bit of their karma. So never judge another person unless you want to take on a little bit about what they're going through. There's a positive side of this too. The positive side is when you give your love and affection to someone, then you take on, you alleviate their karma, and you both reap the results of good fortune. Thank you, dear Shannon, for the hand heart you sent, and dear Karen, for your rose and heart me. Shiva Dutyai Namah. And dear Eden, thank you for your heart mate. Dwaritaya Namah. So I don't know how close that version of the story was, dear Amanda, but thank you for reminding me of it. I think it's a very funny story. Gabriel, you ask, why is it that your attachments to others hurt so much more? And then you commented, never mind, sorry, you figured it out. Alright, I mean, I'm happy to speak on that, but I trust that if you figured it out, that's good. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of freedom in your perspectives of free will. That is true, Raisin Brand. Good evening, dear Rhiannon. Hello, dear Morgan Prabhu. I am apparently only 35 messages from the present, although I feel like it's more than that. Thank you, dear Sargam. See you later, Crystal. Hare Krishna, dear Blue. Dear faithful being, you ask, without the aesthetic of Hinduism in the East, what do I see Hinduism as? So you're wondering, what is Hinduism outside of just the aesthetic and its geolocation tied to the East? Hinduism, all you need to know about Hinduism is how it got the name Hinduism. Hinduism is not a name that comes from Hinduism. It's like how the rest of the world calls Germany, Germany. But the Germans don't call Germany, Germany. They call it Deutschland. Which literally means the land of the Dutch. Which is confusing. Because the Dutch live in another place. There's a difference between endonyms and exonyms. There's what the people actually call themselves, and then there's what other people call them. Hinduism is an exonym. It's what other people call them. How did the other people come to call them Hindus? It's because there's a river that divided these two peoples. The river is known as the Indus River. It divided India and the people of Persia. The Persians were on one side of the Indus River, and the Hindus were on the other side of the Indus River. So the Persians had absolutely no idea what to call the people on the other side of the Indus River. So they just called them the people on the other side of the Indus River. Why is that important to understanding what Hinduism is? It's because there's really no way to properly describe what is going on the other side of that river. See, whereas elsewhere in the world, we have nice, rigid commandments and belief systems, specific decrees, dogma. In our religions and philosophies in the West, everything is put into such rigid categories and boxes. Something very strange happened in what we happen to call India today, which again comes from that name of the river. It's truly unlike any other place, spiritually speaking. Every culture has its own unique quality to it. But when it comes to the spirituality that came out of different parts of the world, what was going on the other side of that river is something that can never truly be put into words. And that's why there is no endonym. The people on the other side of that river had no name to call themselves because they were in the middle of a philosophy that deconstructs the idea of even naming yourself. It's a philosophy, it's a tapestry of traditions, it's an encyclopedia of religion. It is everything and nothing. It is about going beyond limitations. It just happened to happen in that part of the world. It's not about the country, it's not about the nation of India. It's not about geopolitical relationships between countries. Just in that geography of the world, something very strange happened. A form of spirituality that was truly about going beyond all forms, that was inclusive to everything. You can be a Hindu and a Christian, but you can't be a Christian and a Hindu. You can be a Hindu and a Jew, but you can't be a Jew and a Hindu. You can be a Hindu and a Buddhist. And you can be a Buddhist and a Hindu. Because both of those are part of the spirituality that has emerged from that region of the world. So what is Hinduism beyond the part of the world, beyond its culture and aesthetic? It is the Sanatana Dharma, the eternal way that goes beyond all paths. It is the path of no path, in all paths, all at the same time. It is nothing, it is everything. It is the spirit of all traditions. And that's not putting it on a pedestal. That's the very deconstruction of all pedestals. It's not better, it's not less than. It is simply the nucleus of all tradition. What you find at the heart of all religions is truly what has been preserved in what happens to be called Hinduism. Not because it's related to a certain part of the world or culture, but just because there had to be some link that was preserving our ancestral traditions, and it happened to have been preserved there. So if it doesn't make sense, then you got it. Thank you, dear Easy Real, for your tiny. Yippee! Dear Polly, you ask, what are my thoughts on someone wanting to leave med school to study psychology? Well, whatever you want to do is entirely your freedom. When it comes to your education, you should study what you want to study. Psychology is very important. So is medicine. And I would say by going from medicine to psychology, that shows a evolution in understanding that before we can make our bodies healthy, we first have to make our minds healthy. And that's very true. So, without any labels or designs or culture, what is the practice that I do? I simply try to be kind, open my heart, and love. That's all. How long have I been nudist? Oh, I think there was a typo there. A nudist. Yeah, I'm going to assume that was an autocorrect of something else you're asking. Happy to wear clothes in public and in private. Mm-hmm. I am very close to being vegan, dear fairy entity, but technically I am not. My diet is my personal choice, and anyone else's diet is their personal choice. I strive for what's called a yogic diet, and it's very difficult to buy food that actually fulfills a yogic diet. The closest thing in the West is vegan food, but it's not quite vegan. It's different. It's not a subset nor a superset. There are things that are vegan but not yogic, and there are things that are yogic but not vegan. But the overlap is huge. The overlap is the diet mostly consists of fruit and vegetables and grains, and excludes most animal products. That works for me. If it doesn't work for you, I will never say that my diet is meant for me and everyone else. Everyone has their own physiology and biology. Finding a relationship to that works for you is individual. And thank you, dear Stacy, for your heart meme. Kula Sundariya Namah. Hello, dear brilliant genius. Dear Wham, you had asked, what do I think about OCD? I'm not a psychologist. I can't talk about diagnosis or what the causes are or not from a professional standpoint. But I can say that every unique mental framework comes with its lessons and blessings. And if you can learn the lessons of what your unique neurology has to give to you and take advantage of the blessings, then regardless of what kind of mind you have, there is a way of developing a healthy relationship to it. It is similar, Panini's name, to the type of sandwich, dear Jackie. But Panini is a Sanskrit name. And the grammarian was named after the Sanskrit rather than the sandwich. How do I remember these words or names? Just immersion. You continue to use them, you continue to be in an environment that uses them, they eventually rub off on you. Do you need to remember any of these words in particular? No, but it can be helpful. I am very passionate about Sanskrit. I do wonder if there is an etymological link between a panini and panini. Dear Crystal, you had asked, what is the proper way to let someone know that they are not entitled to your energy? Proper is contextual. It's all about honoring both of your intentions, recognizing where their need comes from and your own needs come from, and how they meet or do not meet in the middle. For example, you can say to someone, I see that you very much value time with me, and I'm grateful that it means so much for you. However, I don't want it to become unhealthy for either of us, as I see there are things that you are depending on that you deserve to be independent in, and I'd like to give you the space and time to explore that privately, while I give myself space and time to work on some things that need to be healed that I can't give freely right now. And you could workshop that and tailor it to your situation. Dear Cod Ghost, you feel as if the end state for all sentient life will be dirt. Well, you're not wrong with that. We all go back to the dirt. We all go back to where we came. And long ago, this world used to be just dirt. And that dirt became all of us through a magical series of chemical reactions. One day we will all be dirt again. Another name for dirt is earth. All of our bodies have come from the earth and will return to the earth. Alright, I've gotten to the point in the comment section where it looks like this was the response while I was setting some clear boundaries. Thank you everyone for respecting them. Yeah. Dear Totus the Trash Panda, you had shared that you have turmoil about being a theist. You are interested in achieving an inner peace. How can you? If you have turmoil about being a theist, it's very natural. Having a healthy relationship with what it means to have a source of existence is not easy, especially in the world today when there are so many different seemingly competitive perspectives on what it means to have a source. There's a lot of moral implications. Wars have been seemingly fought over it. There's different religions, and even within religions there's different branches. How are we supposed to come to any sort of closure or satisfying rest to all this difference in opinion over where we come from? You are interested in achieving an inner peace. Valid. Understandable. Relatable. How about this? The divine is your inner peace. The divine that you seek is your inner peace. Everything has come from an inner peace. Inner peace is the source of all these worlds. Inner peace is not a human quality, it's a divine aspect. And from that aspect, all this universe and its forms has been begotten. Inner peace means returning to that inner part of that self that you are, that is divine. You don't have to believe in a divine separate from you, but understand that it is part of you and you are part of it. And as a reminder, if anyone feels like I missed their comment, please remember that actually the very reason that I haven't got to your comment is me making sure that I'm going through every comment one by one. So I'm about 60 comments behind the topmost comment right now. Or I guess on TikTok I think it's the other way around. It's the bottommost comment technically. So yeah. Dear Liv's Fragment, you had asked, how do you keep yourself from getting too attached and depending on people? The question is, how do you ensure you don't have an unhealthy relationship with others? The answer is by making sure that you first have a healthy relationship with yourself. Because toxicity in relationships is always a reflection of something within the individual people involved in those relationships that haven't been quite aligned with their own values. If there's something that you're missing within, then it's natural to try to seek for that without and other people. And so what gets you in trouble is not the other people. It's the fact that you're looking for something in other people that really is already within you. For example, if you're looking for validation in others, it's probably because you're not very kind to yourself on the inner world. If someone were to peek into your mind, would it sound validating? If your own mind doesn't sound validating, then it's natural to look for what sounds validating from other people. No matter how much you get validated by another person, however, you're still not truly attending to the inner critic. There's still a part of you inside that is being substituted rather than healed. So if you instead continue to develop a relationship with yourself in the same way that you're looking for others in, then your relationships with others will be less codependent and more free and healthy. This is my opinion. Dear Son of God, you ask, can I decode the terms su astika and na astika? I am familiar with these Sanskrit terms. They refer to someone who believes in the existence in God or someone who doesn't believe in the existence of God. Specifically, the word astika comes from the word asti, which means exist or to be. Astika means existence. And so na astika means non-existence. It means they believe in the non-existence of God. They are na astika. Similarly, a su astika is someone for the existence of God. But whether you are su astika or na astika, we all came from the same place. And we're all a part of that same place. And we all must find a way to get along, regardless of our different opinions. Dear Marcella, you had shared, we seem to put so much importance into healing, and you do understand that there is a baseline of a healthy mind needed for spiritual practice, but at the same time, we have to go forward beyond the mind. Otherwise, there is the danger of trying to rearrange our personalities for comfort. Thank you for adding that, dear Marcella. That's a great addition. My kitties are well. Thank you for asking, dear Mermander. Dear Easy Real, you had asked, do I have inner peace? We all have inner peace. But are we utilizing that inner peace? Are we connected to that inner peace? How established in our inner peace are we? That's the question I hope to continue answering by becoming a little more kind every day, reflecting on my mistakes, attending to what I can do in humility, seeing the good in others, reminding myself of the things to be grateful for, serving the divine within everyone. All of these things can be an expression of inner peace. It's not so much that we have to discover inner peace or create inner peace, but to be more connected with that inner peace that's already there. Thank you, Inevitable, for your quintet of roses. Nityaya Namah. And dear Sazrar, thank you for your heart, me. Nilapata Kinyaya Namah. And dear Rhiannon, thank you for your subscription. Sarva Mangalaya Namah. Hello, dear Yale. I am well, thank you. What's your question? I see an alien at noon. I just got to your comment now. Dear faithful being Yushe, here's a more simple question. What did I have to eat today? I had a banana, some lactose-free milk, and my vitamins, some shilajit, and some pakoras. It might be, dear Al, I'm not sure. This t-shirt was something I borrowed from my mom that I don't think I ever gave back. For me, it reminds me of the I/O, input and output. And in the output, we have a tree, which reminds us that regardless of what we input, as long as it outputs something that's good for nature, that's our responsibility. Welcome, dear Lixer, also known as Alex, from Poland. Thank you, dear 111. XOXO. Miel, you had asked, how can you feel bad, or how can you not feel bad for setting boundaries? If you are an empathetic human being, you are going to feel the other person's feelings when you set boundaries. But how they feel about you setting a boundary should not dictate why you set that boundary. At least not in a sense of doubt. If anything, how they feel should reinforce that boundary. Because either two things are going to happen. Either they react positively, which is great. It means you did a good job setting that boundary. Or they react negatively, which means great. It means you did a good job setting that boundary. If someone makes you feel bad for setting a boundary, oh my god, that boundary definitely needs to be there. But you can minimize that by assuring them that the boundary is not meant to restrict them. It's not a punishment. It's not because they effed up and you're dealing out the consequence. The boundary is actually to protect the relationship, not to destroy it. Boundaries are there to channel your energies in healthier ways, not to create problems. Boundaries are an act of grace in a way, because you're giving the other person something that they really need even though they don't want it. That's truly selfless. because it means you're not attending to their desires. You're attending to their deepest needs. Sometimes a person desires something from you, but what they really need is space from you to discover their independence, to be a more fully fledged human being without depending on you, relying on you for something in an unhealthy way. So please reassure yourself. You are always within your right to set such a boundary. And it's going to be natural that you are empathetic to how it feels to be on the other side of that boundary too. What does Shilajit taste like? Well, there's a funny answer to that question, faithful being. Shilajit comes in many forms depending on what mineral deposit it was from. The really expensive kind smells and tastes like camphor. The everyday kind, which is still up there in terms of its supposed effects, smells and tastes like cow urine. I don't have the camphor smelling one. But when you put it in milk, it's not so bad. It's very nice, dear Al. That's very understandable, dear Crossfires. Dear Roxy, you share you had to put your kitty Mizu down yesterday. I'm noticing there's a lot of pets passing away recently or being put down. I think there's a great calling of souls of these pets somewhere else in the universe. And they are answering that call, and I wish them well in that. I'm sorry for your heart, dear Roxy. It is never a pleasure to watch our pets return their bodies and go somewhere else in the universe. But it can be healing to know that they have served you as best as they could. And they knew when their time was coming. It wasn't a betrayal. They're not upset with you. They loved you wholly and intuitively knew the commitment, beginning, middle, and end, required to be a part of your life. And they love so unconditionally that they freely move on, always remembering you in their heart of hearts that goes with them. May you too find that frictionless way to continue to keep them in your heart of hearts, celebrate the relationship you've had, and understand that it's time for their body to be returned to Mother Earth. I'm praying for your grief and for the smooth departure of Mizu's soul. Thank you for sharing that. Mio, you just feel somewhat unworthy of having boundaries, like you have to be open to everyone, otherwise you're a bad person, which is ridiculous. I'm grateful that you recognize that's ridiculous, because just being alive gives you the right to set boundaries. Boundaries aren't something that you have to deserve to set. You don't have to be worth anything to be able to set a boundary, because a boundary isn't coming from your sense of entitlement or a lack of being open. Being open to everyone would probably be the most damaging thing you can do. Because not everyone else is open. And as long as there's unhealthy people out there, being open to their insecurities in a way that fulfills them in an unhealthy way is only going to add to all the problems in this world. Consider it like this. Suppose you have children. Maybe you do, I don't know. But suppose you have children. Would you want your children to just let people take advantage of them and walk all over them and allow people to abuse their kindness? Certainly not. If you have children, you would want your children to have some sense of ego, a healthy amount. That your children know how to stand up for themselves and protect their peace. Now imagine all the people in the world that look up to you. You might not realize it, even if you don't have children. But people pay attention to you. All of you. They notice the things you do, and they take notes, consciously or unconsciously. Think about all the people that, at least for one moment of your life, look up to you as a role model. As a role model, in those moments, would you want to convey the message that it's okay for people to walk all over you? Because if you do allow yourself to be completely open, you're telling everyone that could look up to you that they should let them be taken advantage of too. As a parent, if you let yourself, your kindness be abused, you're telling your children that that's okay. Are you going to be responsible for the people that look up to you when they see your lack of boundaries and then don't set them when they need to too and end up getting hurt? I don't mean to scare you. I mean to empower you. That you would want to be that person that's a role model for the vulnerable, for the innocent, for those that look up to you. Even if you were a perfectly enlightened being, not everyone else is, and therefore you still need to behave in a manner that the unenlightened would look up to and practice themselves in a healthy way without them getting hurt. Just as you take care of yourself, you inadvertently teach others how to take care of themselves. As you are kind to your body and mind, you are a mirror to how other people can be kind to their bodies and their minds. So if you show them by your own reflection that they are worth it, that their bodies and their minds deserve to be taken care of, then that means yours does too. So your perceived selfishness in taking care of your body and mind is actually a form of selflessness. As you do good unto yourself, you teach others to do good unto themselves. And truly, the people that you set boundaries with are often the people that don't know how to set boundaries either. So you teach them something of self-worth too. Thank you, dear Yale, for the heart me you sent. brilliant genius, you ask, are onion and garlic not yogic foods? You're curious? If so, why? Onion and garlic are medicine. But when medicine becomes food, the medicine no longer works as a medicine. In many cultures, especially inspired by yoga, onion and garlic were grown as medicinal crops. They were put into your food whenever you needed to be healed by their effects. It was very rare to put onion and garlic in food. If you take a medicine and then keep taking the medicine even after it's had its effect, then it's said that that medicine can even become poison. Imagine, for example, let's say you have a headache, and so you take acetaminophen, and that helps you reduce your migraine. But then you keep taking acetaminophen, and you never stop taking acetaminophen. You start putting acetaminophen in your food because it tastes good. Oh, yeah. You might enjoy the effects at the medicinal level, but culinary-wise, if you keep eating acetaminophen as if it's food, you might not even realize the effects that are compounding. The yogis realize this is true with onion and garlic. It has some very amazing effects on your body when used as a medicine. But if you keep putting it in your food as though it were food, and kept eating it again and again and again and again, then the medicine no longer behaves like a medicine, and you might not even realize the effects that it continues to build up in your system. And what effects are those? Irritability. Irritability, overthinking, anxiety are said to be the effects of using this medicine too much. Someone who has a lot of onion and garlic in their food, rather than just taking it as a medicine, they become very anxious, irritable, they overthink, because it's known as rajasic. When a certain food item is considered rajasic, then it's generally meant to be medicinal in very small doses, in select contexts, rather than for widespread culinary use. And there's a similar case to be made about tamasic food, which does the opposite. Instead of causing anxiety, overthinking, and what was the other thing I said? Irritability. Tamasic foods, when they build up in the system, well, I shouldn't even call them tamasic food, just tamasic items that you can ingest. When they build up in the system as if you were consuming them as food, they lead to laziness and lethargy and a very hazy mind. So a yogic diet makes sure that we keep actual food items as food and medicinal items medicinal, rather than putting medicinal stuff in our food every day for years. I hope that makes sense. Maybe, dear faithful being. I would like to learn how to play the harmonium. I think that's a wonderful instrument. Dear Vamp Darling, you ask, what are my thoughts on indigo or crystal children? My honest thoughts is that all children are special. It's just that through the luck of the draw or whatever, some children end up getting ostracized for what makes them special. And as one way of healing from that ostracization, that isolation, we might develop the mindset of, oh, we're special because the other kids didn't recognize that we're here to change the world and they don't want to be changed by us. And that's true. You absolutely are valid in that perspective, because you are here to change the world, and people have ostracized you because you have an awareness that scares them. The limit to this perspective, however, because all perspectives have uses and limits, in my opinion, is that when that trauma from isolation or ostracization as a child doesn't go healed, then we end up projecting that sense of difference onto them again, and we start seeing everyone else as different from us, and we begin to ostracize them as non-indigo children or non-crystal children or non-star seeds. But if you look closely in one's trauma, because that perspective was developed in order to heal that sense of difference in children, if we're projecting that difference onto them, we haven't fully healed from that yet. In other words, to go beyond the limitation of that perspective means to realize that everybody is an indigo child or a crystal child or a star seed. That there isn't an us versus them. There's no higher souls versus unevolved souls. All souls are already evolved as they can be. How you are connected to your spirit may be different from how another person is. But there's no hierarchy in terms of beings on this earth. Nobody is higher or lower. We all have a way to make a difference in this world. Thank you, dear Jackie, for your and thank you, Tenhao, for your heart me. Sarvaya Namaha. Well said, dear Tom. Your therapist taught you that boundaries and love are not mutually exclusive. You can have both. Absolutely. Dear Yale, you ask, can I share my thoughts about dialectical materialism? You'll have to remind me what dialectic means. I forget. I'm not so good with technical philosophical terms, but if you break down what it means, we can absolutely explore what it refers to together. But given the context of your other comments, you've been trying to relate with people closer to your ideals, and they are the ones closer, and you're okay with its aspirations, yet worry about the dangers that way of life could mean. Gotcha. Yeah, you'll have to remind me what dialectic means, which could be a couple minutes because I'm 42 messages from the most recent comment. Hello, dear Joe. I'm glad you took a break. Breaks are very healthy and helpful. Faithful being, you had asked, how or what should someone eat daily? That depends greatly on the person. What someone eats is very dependent on their lifestyle and their own physiology. And I can't make recommendations for anyone, but I will say that someone like myself, who takes inspiration from yoga, I see that the yogic path has a peer-reviewed system of food that works for many yogis, and it seems to work for my body too. There are always going to be exceptions in that. Do I have any book suggestions on the type of diet I'm on? There are yogic cookbooks or sattvic cookbooks out there that can tell you about all the wonderful food you can eat. But the biggest thing is not any external reference, but your own internal reference. All you have to do is pay attention to how your mind fluctuates after eating something. If it goes down, then what you ingested was tamasic in your system. If your mind goes up, then what you ingested was rajasic in your system. If your if your mind remains still, then it was sattvic. And I think for most people, if you eat fruit, your mind is going to remain the same. So fruit for almost everyone is sattvic. Same thing with vegetables and legumes and simple grains and nuts and seeds. You aren't going to have a hypomanic episode after eating fruits. Nor are you going to feel like you need a food coma and lay in bed all day after eating an orange. But what's on the periphery of that depends on the person. People's bodies and minds react very differently to different events. Mm-hmm. So I think I answered your question. What are yogic foods we can eat every day? Fruits, nuts, seeds, vegetables. I know so many people love the taste of onion and garlic, and I have to confess, I also love the taste of onion and garlic. But having become a lot more sensitive to what goes into my body, I am noticing that I think the yogis are right. When I do eat onion and garlic, even though it tastes great, I do become irritable afterwards, or and my mind becomes a little more anxious or overwhelmed. And I see that on days where I don't eat onion and garlic, I prefer foods that are just simple in their spices. My mind is a lot more calm. It's just a little simple thing. There are all sorts of other things you can do beforehand. Diet is one of those things that's always going to be a sensitive topic. And fortunately, it doesn't have to be at the forefront of taking care of our mind. There are lots of other things we can do to take care of our mind. So don't feel like this point is like, you have to do it this way. You have to eat this way and not the other way. Diet is not the first limb of yoga. Diet is not any limb of yoga. There is no, in the Ashtanga yogic system, none of the limbs specify diet. They specify other value systems that can inform your diet, which means that it's the value systems itself that are important, that you take care of your own intuition, your own connection with your body first and foremost. And how that looks like for different people is going to be different. Mm-hmm. Miel, you had asked, how can you not get freaked out about your body? Sometimes your veins and heartbeat scares you. because you wonder what the force beating your heart is and you can't understand it. That's so relatable. Yeah. You have spoken something that a lot of people experience, but not a lot of people express. Thank you for that. Yeah. Sometimes you just get that weird sense of, wait a second. What is this body? What's it doing? Where does it come from? It's weird to have a body. And bodies are pretty weird. I would tell you the same thing that a Swami told me when I expressed a similar concern. His name was Swami Sarvadevananda, which means the bliss of all the divine forms. Beautiful Swami name. I think he's the guru of Nish the fish, if I remember correctly. Another content creator on this app. And I told him that I was afraid of my own heartbeat. I have been ever since I was a child. And he told me to meditate on my heart, which is exactly what I needed to hear but didn't want to hear. I went to all the doctors that could try to alleviate my fear about my body, and they told me, your body's fine, don't worry about it. Which was good to hear. But what I really needed to hear was the Swami who told me to meditate on exactly what I'm afraid of. Meditate on your heart. And so instead of trying to take my awareness away from my body, I started pulling my awareness back into my body. It's kind of a funny paradox that on the spiritual path we might begin to feel like we're over-identified with our body, which is true. And therefore, we should take our awareness out of our body. But that is not true. What spiritual teachers tell us simultaneously is that we are not the body, but we should try to be as grounded in the body as we can. What that means is to understand our relationship with it is very nuanced. That we are not it. This body is not you. But that doesn't mean that you don't have a responsibility for it. In fact, this body is your interface to this universe. Without this body, you experience no universe. Through your body's eyes, you see the world. Through your body's ears, you hear the world. Through your skin, you feel the world. You have a duty in this world. This world is the divine expression of the soul of souls. Taking care of the body is so important. Being present with it, having your awareness permeate it, is very helpful. So in other words, I'd continue to be mindful of your heartbeat in a loving way. Try to familiarize yourself with it, rather than get caught up in, is my heartbeat me? Are my veins me? Where do they come from? Where do they go? Cotton Eye Joe? Just make friends with them. In little doses, at a time. Exposure therapy. You can look at yourself a little bit, and then when you get overwhelmed, bring your attention elsewhere. When you feel like you have some time to work on that connection again, bring yourself back into the body. But I really relate with that. And it does get better. Nowadays, I'm very grateful to feel my heartbeat and recognize that I have a body with veins and skin and organs and all that good stuff. And thank you, Laurie, for your baker's dozen worth of roses. Parashaktaye Namah. And Innasoda, thank you for your rose. Vishnave Namah. Dear Carol, you ask, how do you live the darkness? Something as important as the light. How do you live with the darkness? How you live in the darkness or as the darkness? I will tell you one of the most ancient pair of names. You will find these names in some form in almost all of the languages around Europe and India, and their colonies like in North and South America and Australia and whatnot. These ancient words in Sanskrit, Dhyaus and Prithvi Matur. So the name Pitar became father in English. The name Matur became mother in English. Dhyaus, coming from the root div, forming other words like deva, becomes the word for divine in English. The root div itself means to illumine. Dhyaus Pitar means father of light. And this is where we get the most archetypal definition for the divine masculine. And the Prithvi Matur means mother of darkness. But just as Dhyaus doubles for heaven, divine, sky, and light, Prithvi doubles for darkness and earth. And still today, Prithvi is a word in Sanskrit that means the element earth. Why am I saying this? Well, because since ancient times, people have recognized that there are two aspects of this universe: light, dark. Light is the essence of the source, of the Heavenly Father, of the spiritual skies, of consciousness. Darkness is the essence of Mother Earth, of her soil, of space, of the womb. They're both divine. Darkness, like that inside of a womb, is not merely an absence of light. The purpose of a womb isn't to one day become filled with light. A womb is and always is dark. That darkness is part of her shelter, so the baby doesn't get overwhelmed. And the baby is what grows in that womb of darkness, and one day gets birthed into the light. So too, we are surrounded by darkness because it's our womb. We don't recognize it as a womb, but we should. Darkness, all the negativities in life that we call as dark, is actually the mother. The mother, in her darkness, is growing us in some way. She is preparing us for light. And we have a relationship with that light just as we have a relationship with that darkness. We go from the darkness to the light, just as we go from the womb and out into the world. We go from seeing all the negativities of this world eventually into the positivities. It's all a kind of preparation to expand our awareness, our understanding. Thank you, dear Laurie, for your cap. Vishvataye Namaha. All the darkness reminds us, or it teaches us, of all the light that could be. That is the power of the Mother. Thank you, dear Ransom, for your TikTok. Vastave Namaha. Hello, Christina. Namaskaram, dear Connor. Greetings, Adri. Hello, Daniel. Dear Oscar, you share you're doing bad in maths. It bores you and you blame your teacher and yourself. I know what that's like. That's okay. Give your attention to what excites you. You are programmed to look for what excites you because you know that that's your purpose in life. If math doesn't excite you, it's not your purpose in life. For a select few people that are excited by math, math will have some purpose in their life. If it bores you, not to worry. Your life won't be defined by mathematics. It's not meant for you. Alright, thank you, dear Yale. Dialectic means relating to the logical discussion of ideas and opinions. And materialism is the objective, relevant use or development of our material reality for humanity's advantage. And it's Marx and Engels / Lenin's main take in the favor of socialism and communism. Thank you not only for your patience and explaining that to me, but being able to do so in such a concise amount of words that it fits in a TikTok comment. Alright. So, dialectic materialism, therefore, given the individual definitions of the word, is relating to the logical discussion of ideas and opinions of our objective, relevant use or development of our material reality for humanity's advantage. Or the other way around, that it is the objective, relevant use and development of logic and discussion of ideas and opinions as our material reality for humanity's advantage. Or maybe something in between. These are a lot of words. Alright. You'll have to give me an example of a question that often arises within the realm of dialectical materialism. Wayne Power, you had asked for a random word of good advice. One word of good advice is stay. Stay with yourself in this moment. Do not feel the need to leave yourself. Be as you are. Do not run away from who you are. Stay. Thank you, dear teacher Lorraine, for your finger heart. Bhumyai Namaha. I think there might be a little bit of a language barrier, dear Alex. You share, in your own words, tell you what literally life, that'll don't worry, another pet any days, Alex with heart. I am not entirely sure what you are inquiring, but I am here for you. And if there's a way to rephrase that, please take advantage of that. If you are mourning the loss of a pet, remember that their life mattered just like a family member's. And just as we hold other family members in our hearts if they pass, we can hold the lives of our pets in our heart as well. If you're asking, what literally is life? That's a question that I continue to wonder every day. Thank you, Lorraine, for your tiny pee-pee. Dear Holly, you had asked, have I seen my own Akashic record? Well, let's expand what the term Akash means. That's a Sanskrit word that has made its way into popular discourse. Many people are familiar with the 4 elements: air, fire, water, earth. We had already talked about the name for the earth element in Sanskrit, that's Prithvi. It's said that these elements form a sequence, that Prithvi, earth, comes from Apas, water. Apas, water, comes from Tejas, fire. Tejas, fire, comes from Vayu, air. But where does Vayu, air, come from? It comes from the quintessence, the 5th element, Akasha, space or ether. You can even think about this in terms of cosmic expansion. First, there was the expansion of the universe from the Planck epoch. From that arose gaseous particles, air in the form of hydrogen, helium. They coalesced to form fiery hearts of stars, plasma. Fused in the hearts of heavier elements that came to create chemistry, such as water. Those more advanced molecules coalesced into planets like Earth. So there's a sequence of space: Akasha, Vayu, air; Tejas, fire; Apas, water; and Prithvi, earth. So Akashic actually does come from the Sanskrit adjective form Akashika, which means spatial. If Akasha means space, Akashika means spatial, or relating to space. Records is an English word, so in total we have a spatial record, or the records of space. What is the record of space? The record of space... well, Einstein would have an answer to this question very well. He'd say that space does keep a record of everything that happens in it, in the form of its curvature. Everything exists as energy, and all energy makes an imprint in space and time, called space-time, in the Akasha. So the Akashic record is the imprints in the gravitational field itself. Have I read my own Akashic record? Well, our Akashic record is the imprints that give rise to our energetic signature. That is our sanchita karma, our samskaras, to use even more Sanskrit terms, but not to over-inundate you with them. They are very difficult to read, and truly you could never read the full extent of it because it's infinite. Infinite in terms of information that's there. You could spend your whole lifetime trying to read different parts of it and never get to the end of it. Fortunately, you don't have to. In fact, you don't have to read any of it, because that's all a part of your Prarabdha karma in this life. What comes to be arising out of those impressions. And you don't have to know what comes to be, because your destiny is always determined by your actions that are freely determined regardless of your environment. But you can look into these things if you are curious. You don't have to, however. One of those questions that requires an unboxing of terms. Thank you, dear Conan, for the TikTok and heart me that you sent. Brahmane Namah. And John Simon, thank you for your GG. Shikhandine Namah. Dear Hilaria, you asked, did I know that a strawberry in its natural form in the wild looks all dried and brown? I believe that. I don't think I actually have seen one, however. But good to know. Thank you for that fun fact. You won't forget to breathe, dear faithful being, thankfully. It's a part of both your voluntary and involuntary nervous system. That you can choose to consciously breathe, but if you don't, you will unconsciously breathe. Unless you have sleep apnea. Fortunately, there are ways of having a healthier relationship with your breathing that can circumvent sleep apnea. One of those things is just being a more conscious breather. The more consciously you breathe in the day, the more you inform your involuntary nervous system to consciously breathe at night, or to match what you do when you consciously breathe at night, when you are unconscious of the waking world. I have not gone to India, dear Starry. Lucid Nation, you wonder, do I have any book recommendations? I do not have any book recommendations at this time. Other than we are reading a wonderful book, The Radiant Sutras, which I hope to read the next part from with you soon. Hello, Bubbles. You've come for the drama. Welcome. I know, it's a very dramatic live stream. Dear Holly, you had asked what level of awareness would I say I'm at? And how do you illuminate or expand awareness? Awareness is the highest level. Everything in material existence may exist on levels, relatively so, but awareness is beyond all levels. Awareness is that which raises levels. Awareness cannot be illuminated or expanded because it is that which illuminates or expands. All of our awareness is equal. What we do with that awareness, what we choose to illuminate or expand with that awareness, now that changes. Many of us seek to illuminate things that don't need to be illuminated. Private matters. Many of us seek to illuminate things in the dark that deserve to be seen. People's voices that aren't getting heard. People's art that deserves a bigger outreach. We can seek to expand places that would like to grow. All of that is a matter of how we use the awareness, which is beyond all levels. And thank you for adding that, dear G. Being a mother to a child is not an easy task. They are not meant to do it all alone. Thank you for the hydration reminder, dear Dancing Aurora Borealis. I've ran out of water personally, but I'll drink some soon. Dear Teacher Lorraine, you ask, what can we learn from illness? Health. Yeah. Whatever we lack is what we learn about when we experience that lack. If someone's not kind to you, you are learning the value of kindness in that interaction, because you know how much of a difference it would make if you did have it. When someone isn't being patient with you, you are learning the value of patience, because you feel how much you truly need it. From illness, a lack of health, we learn about health and how important health is in our life. We learn how to connect better with our body, how to take time for ourselves and let others that are supportive of us be supportive of us without feeling like we're unworthy of help. Thank you, dear Conan, for a whole galaxy. Ashwini Bhyam Namaha. I'm on fire tonight, shares G. Well, you know what happened the last time you said that? Dear Holly, you had asked, can I share the most helpful thing I've ever heard on my journey? I'm always learning more and more helpful things. And truly, the most helpful things are the ones that bring into picture the whole of my learning journey rather than any particular moment as more impactful than another. One of the most helpful things I've learned recently is that you don't have to be attached to any particular form of spirituality in order to benefit from it. I say recently as though I never knew this before. Of course, we all know this, but I've been having some lessons concerning this that really make that picture more whole for me, and I'm grateful for that. Dear Wayne, you asked, do we have free will? Because if we don't, that's scary. That's a very interesting way to phrase that question. The way I understand free will is that it's not what most people think. You don't get to decide your environment. And what most people don't realize is that your body is part of your environment rather than you. So what your body does is a reflection of the environment. So you don't have free will over your body because the environment is not something that you have free will over, and your body's part of the environment. And here's another point. Your mind is part of your environment. So you don't have free will over your mind because the environment is out of your control and your mind is a part of that which is out of your control. Now, if that's all there was, then we don't have free will. If that's all we are, then the case is closed. Since the body and mind are part of the environment, and the environment is determined by natural laws, and we can't affect those natural laws, then there is no free will. There is something more, however. You do have influence but not in the way of changing your environment. What you can do is very subtly shift the awareness itself, the very consciousness. This is happening at such a high level, it's beyond even the words that I'm saying. It's beyond 99% of life. 99% of life is not in our control. You choosing to get up and go to the bathroom wasn't even you. The words we say don't come from us. The thoughts we think don't come from us. The actions our body takes don't come from us. But we actually have free will over is so incredibly subtle. I have difficulty even explaining it, because the I that's saying this is so many orders of magnitude below where the free will actually takes place. So it's a miracle that these words are actually being conveyed at all, because these words themselves don't come directly from that place of free will. And so it's a blessing that this conversation even is covering free will. That is truly a miracle, because we don't even have free will over the conversation. We are listening to this conversation. The self that is being spoken on behalf of, that you are hearing from, doesn't even have free will over the words that are being spoken. The self that is in here is listening to this mouth make these words. And how strange is it to be in a position that these words are talking on behalf of someone or something that doesn't have free will over these words themselves. Fortunately, these words can articulate with a certain amount of assurance that it does come from free will, but very indirectly. However, if we can reconnect with this part that we do have free will over, then our words, then our actions, then what we do in our environment actually happens more spontaneously and less determined by the environment. So what is that part that we do have free will actually over? And how can we finally utilize that to stop watching this life as though it were a movie, but think that we're doing everything that the actor is doing? In one word, it's the name of this live stream. Sangha. Sangha is the most pertinent name for this live stream because it means association. And I'm not talking about giving your attention to this live stream. This just is a fun fact of why I've named it this way. You are free to come and go out of this live stream. But the word Sangha means association. Association is your highest and only free will. What you choose to associate with. Your thoughts are like a pre-programmed machine. We don't choose what we think. What your body does is merely a reflection of whatever the most dominant thought is in your mind. You don't get to choose what your body does. But your mind has a superior, and it has a superior, and it has a superior, and eventually you are the CEO of the chain of command. It just takes a while for the commands to actually take an effect, which is why when you do have a revelation, a shift in how you associate, it can change many years. It can take many years for you to see that change at the level of your environment. Your power of Sangha, association, is your free will, meaning that in this moment, there are things to see around you. There are things to hear, things to taste, things to smell, things to feel. There are things to think about. None of that is determined by you. But you do get to decide what in that you associate with. Is there a particular person in your life right now that you are very much associated with? You give a lot of your awareness. Is there a particular thought, a particular thing in your room that keeps capturing your attention? You don't get to decide that thing, but yet at the highest level of your being, you keep going back to that thing, that place, that person, that thought, that idea. That is your free will, where you give your awareness. If we want to improve our lives, we have to improve it first at the level of our free will, which is to give our association to things that actually will make a difference in our lives. So if you want to live a happier life, you must continue to give your association to the things that truly bring you joy, not to the things that bring you down. Whatever you bring your association with, whatever you have Sangha with, that is what sets in motion the rest of this whole organization we call this body and mind. The sequence is as follows. What you associate with becomes your sense of self. Whatever you identify as determines your intellect. How your intellect operates cultivates a corresponding mindset. What mindset you have determines what your body does in this world. And what your body does in this world determines what environment you have. Without that chain of command, it's all determined by the environment. What it truly means to live unconsciously is that we don't consciously put our association anywhere, and we let that be dictated by the world itself. Then people can appear to be awake and moving about in this world and thinking and talking and speaking and eating and interacting with each other. But if they are not choosing where to associate themselves at the level of pure awareness, then they are truly unconscious. And that is where the metaphor of being asleep and waking up comes into play. We all have that memory where we gained consciousness, where we realized that we exist. That is what it means to wake up. To wake up means to now finally get to choose where your awareness gets to go. And slowly but surely, the energy of this whole system goes in that direction. And after seconds and minutes and days, I forgot hours, and days and weeks and months and years, you change your life from the inside out. What you give your association to, you begin to identify with that. You give your association to role models, to people that uplift you, to thoughts and ideas and places that inspire you, that becomes you. You resonate with that. As you resonate with that, you gain the experience of those people and places and things. And that experience becomes knowledge and wisdom, which determines how you decide things by your intellect. And your intellect, becomes a decision-making machine based on that new sense of self. And that new sense of self, expressed through the intellect, begins to choose different thoughts to express. Slowly your thoughts become more aligned with what you give your attention to, and your body acts on those types of thoughts more and more frequently. And then your world around you eventually begins to change based on what you are capable of channeling with this body. So it's a very advanced system. It is not easy to understand. But even a little bit of this knowledge can be the seed for a happy and fruitful rest of your life. So no, we almost don't have free will. Like 99.999 repeating percent, no. Because so much of this experience is not determined by us. But if you take advantage of that infinitesimal power of Sangha, association, you can begin to make the impossible possible and actually develop what is contrary to all the laws of physics. A conscious life determined by you. Alright, that was a long explanation. Thank you everyone for listening to that. Thank you to those who sent a gift while I was monologuing. Thank you, dear Jackie, for your tiny yippee, your finger heart, your rose, your rosa, another tiny yippee, an ice cream cone, and a Gigi. Virabhadraya Namah. Dear Gabriel, thank you for the harp you sent as well. I'm Saraswatyai Namah. Lexi, thank you for your 11 club chairs, pair of team bracelets, and a popular vote. Om Ishwaraya Namah. And Giuliano, thank you for your heartmate and popular vote too. Om Adishaktaye Namaha. And to clarify the point why this live stream is therefore called Sangha is because the hopes of this Sangha is that it does become a place where through the associations we make with each other, that we build a foundation within us all to become more conscious individuals. But that's not something exclusive to this space by any means. That can mean a support group in your personal life. A Sangha can mean any other form of community. And I do want to really emphasize the point that this space is by no means an exclusive one. In fact, the kind of best sanghas out there are the ones called satsangas. They're sanghas of sat, truth, which means they're established in, an authentic lineage where you can see for yourself the people that have been a part of the community for maybe thousands of years, that have benefited from the associations formed through their models and perspectives. And this place is by no means a satsanga. I am not associated with any authentic lineage or anything like that. I hope I'm not a kusanga, at least. A kusanga is a bad kind of association. When you're associated with people that are encouraging you to, peer pressure into all sorts of unhealthy habits and things like that. And if for whatever reason somehow that kind of thing is developing here, please let me know or let others know. I want to make sure that the space remains healthy for everyone, including myself. I'm definitely fallible, and I would like to ensure that this community remains inclusive to everyone and humble in the sense that if there's anything going on here that's not right, that you have the freedom to speak your mind and to talk about it. I'm actually thinking about forming something that I'm just off the top of my head is called an inner care circle, which would be a voluntary selection of people that would rotate in their position so it never becomes stale, that makes this space a little bit more democratic. Obviously, it started with just me being the host of these live streams, but I would absolutely love for it to be more explicitly in your hands as well, that you get to guide the space with direct care too, and that such an inner care circle would be able to hold people like me accountable with explicit agreements that I would express. But anyway, that's kind of in the future. This has been a very long point. There are still lots of comments that I haven't attended to. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Let me continue. Thank you, Tatvamasi, for your quintet of roses. Maheshaya Namah. I am 23, dear Wayne. Do I have any tips for insomnia, asks Miel. I've got a couple. Reducing your screen time is something that people always told me, that I heard from many people in my life. And I kid you not, even though I didn't believe them, a few months ago I actually started doing that an hour before bed I won't use my phone or anything. I'll get everything I need to do on my phone done, and then I'll just have time to wind down, and I have to figure out what to do with myself without technology. And lo and behold, they were right. When you truly don't give yourself any stimulation, your mind eventually goes, all right, the only thing to do is go to sleep. And I actually didn't believe that would be helpful. I heard it so much, and I'm not even sure why I didn't believe it. I don't know, I didn't want to try it, I guess, but I started doing that, and now I actually get sleepy around nighttime, and I fall asleep pretty naturally, and I feel ridiculous because something like that is so simple, but yet not easy, because the urge to use your device is there. So my device really kept my mind awake, and I didn't realize that it was because I thought using it to fall asleep, that I would watch relaxing videos and whatnot, but sometimes the relaxing videos didn't work and I'd be kept up. So in a way, it would still stimulate me, even if my intention was to use it for sleep. Yeah. Same thing with keeping the lights in my room on. As the sun sets, if you can try to mirror that in your house a little bit. We tend to not do that. When the sun sets, then all the lights in our house go on. But we're really evolved for the hours of daylight. And if we can keep the house dark as you can, while still fulfilling your obligations when the sun sets, that can help ensure your circadian rhythm is in check, which is, I find, very helpful. If you imagine humans on the equator, which is, if you think about the the cone of Africa, in and around Ethiopia, the garden of humanity, where we're said to have all originated from. We get 12 hours of daylight and 12 hours of sunlight. So if you can structure your day in such a way that for the hours around your sleep, that's still not quite time for sleep, but not daylight either, that you understimulate during those times, that is very helpful. I don't believe the human is meant to sleep all 12 hours, but at least for those 12 hours of darkness on average, you do something understimulating, whether that's sleep or meditate or just recharge, take a bath, do some very simple chores, for example. I think that's very good for your circadian rhythm. Okay, Yale, thank you so much for your patience. So basically, you're the happiest around people that understand, expand, care, and take advantage of your understanding, expansion, care, and good use of their resources and work. Yet these ideals are mostly reachable through the furthering of ourselves from current, very toxic, egotistical, political views. Capitalism. And that means you'll be putting yourself into a lot of danger should you choose to pursue these. What a perfectly articulated thing. I think I understand you very well now, dear Yale. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, I don't think that you have to associate with people that have similar political views to what is considered toxic to still experience your happiest self in their presence when it comes to understanding, expanding, and care, and taking advantage of each other's understanding, expansion, and care. That can happen regardless of the person's political views. You can associate with people that take advantage of those things and vice versa in a happy way, positive way, who have other goals than the pursuit of capitalist consumption of wealth and power. Perhaps I could understand you even more clearly. Mm-hmm. Perhaps I'm not the best for this topic. My worldview is not a political worldview. I tend not to perceive the world in terms of politics. Policies, to me, are a consequence of something even deeper, which is what the individual is going through. You know, lawmakers are humans. And depending on how the lawmakers are feeling, that influences their laws. And who votes for them are also humans. And how the humans that are voting feel influences how they vote. In other words, it's not so much the votes or the laws itself that need to change. It's the individuals. And if we create more healthy individuals, we create more healthy laws, and our voting practices become healthier too. We can simplify politics to another level of human experience, basically. I'm saying that instead of comparing, contrasting political views, we can focus on what is it within us that gives rise to these political views in the first place. then we circumvent politics while also getting to the core of the issue, which is very human feelings, emotions, traumas, beliefs. And I can absolutely help you at that level. I am much more versed there than I am in terms of political theory. I'm glad you are exercising your free will today, dear BTA. Thank you, dear Tatwamasi, for your rose. That's the Visarga, followed by an Anuswara. But I forget the form of the divine that's dedicated to. Kalarudhraya Namaha. Glad I had it open. That was a quick check. I'm always happy to be there for you, Jackie. Yes. You will be okay, no matter what. I get it. So is following excitement the free will, shares Holly? At the highest level, absolutely. Yeah. We have to be a little cautious of the word excitement here, however, because sometimes we might associate the most exciting thing with what might lead to the most momentary pleasure. And in that sense, no. Sometimes it's better to give your attention to what's boring. But hidden within what's boring may be something even more exciting than what you previously thought was exciting in the pleasure. So at that highest level, absolutely. Dear Conan, you ask, do I believe humans can fly? When we build airplanes, we absolutely can. Can humans levitate and lift off the ground like Superman? I think if anyone did that publicly, there'd be a great challenge to our current belief system in the West of physics and biochemistry and the ordinary limitations we've grown to be accustomed by. Conan, you also ask, do I believe sleep is actually required daily? For most people, yes. And I wouldn't recommend trying to be the exceptional group that doesn't sleep. Sleep is one of the healthiest things you can do for yourself. It's sad that some people don't sleep, like Ram Das's guru Neem Karoli Baba. It's said that nobody saw him sleeping in the many years that he was going about and about teaching, chanting, that no one figured out if this guy sleeps. He would walk throughout the night, he would chant. When all the other people slept, he would always be awake, After they slept, he'd be awake. Before they woke up, nobody ever saw that guy sleep, apparently. There's no personal account of Neem Karoli Baba sleeping. There's many accounts of him meditating, for example. He loved to meditate, however. And it's said that with proper meditation, you can lower your sleep quarter. That's a great idea, Crystal. Yeah, I noticed when I started talking about policy, I use any buzzwords relating to that, I get a little pop-up at the bottom of my screen. I think that'll go away in a few days. Hello, dear Catster. I've been around. I still do these live streams on average almost every day. I haven't been that consistent the last few days, however. What do I think about the Christian religion, asks Conan? I think Jesus said to judge a tree by its fruit. And there have been many great saints that have come from the Christian religion. And that's true for all major religions. We look for people who have benefited from the teachings, and there have been many people that have benefited from the teachings, but they often get misinterpreted and misunderstood. And that seems to be the case for the majority. But it's true that it's a tradition that has given rise to many great saints. And it's from those people that we should truly see the values of what that tradition has to offer. What if you oversleep, asks Alyssa. If you're in a position in your life where you're sleeping a lot, I think you might just need it. Maybe there are things in your life that are causing a lot of energy output that you don't need to spend so much energy in. And therefore, if you made those changes, you would sleep less. But your sleep is probably something you need. Hello, dear Becca. Yeah, Yoga Nidra is the form of meditation that is said to supplement or even substitute sleep. And Emilio, you ask, how do you develop my vibe? Well, I hope you don't develop my vibe, but you develop your vibe. And how do you develop a vibe that works for you? I think you try a bunch of different things, and eventually there's a combination that's your unique energetic signature, and you continue to refine that. Do something that nobody else has ever done, no matter how small. For example, a few years ago, I started collecting chestnuts. These are nuts that grow from certain trees, and I found them very beautiful. And I've never seen anyone else pick up a chestnut. These ones in particular were poisonous, so no one's eaten them anyway. I collected them and I started polishing them because I like the grain in them. They're very beautiful to me. And then I started drawing on them. And for a few months of my life, I was probably one of the only people in the world that was falling in love with collecting, polishing, and drawing on chestnuts. And I felt very unique in that, and I love to refine that skill. And it was unique to me. And for a while, I was handing out chestnuts or planting them in forests and along pathways for people to find really beautiful looking chestnuts. I eventually found other things to do besides that, but I really enjoyed that. So remember that your uniqueness doesn't have to be anything grandeur. And my mother has come into my room.
For no reason.
For no reason.
I was looking for one of the chestnuts.
You were looking for one of the chestnuts. They're all in a tray back there. If you want to pull one out for the audience.
I do, because it's so unique. Man. Oh, that looks unique. Pretty one.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And here is one of those chestnuts. This one happens to have the word Radhe, which means, oh mother.
Does it really?
Yeah. And speaking of mothers...
Oh, you can't see me, I'm hiding.
How can I zoom out so you can be seen?
Oh, you don't need to see me. I'm sitting on your water bottle.
Oh, your arm is visible.
Ah. Hello, people. Wow. Oh, this one. What does this one say?
What does that one say?
It's in Sanskrit. It's really, really tiny.
Yeah.
How is your night going? How's the live?
This one has shriveled. I'm not sure if its Sanskrit is legible anymore. The live is well tonight. Thank you.
That's good. You are missing a big celebration at our house.
I am?
Yeah. I'm dressed up for it. It's Garbage Eve.
Ah, Garbage Eve. Of course.
Garbage Eve is the night before I put the garbage out. It's you have to celebrate the little things. So I celebrate Garbage Eve.
Would you like me to help you with that?
No, I've already completed it.
Oh, thank you.
With the cats watching from the balcony.
It's a yamio.
It's a yamio.
A cameo.
Oh, yamio. All right. Well, I won't bother you. I wanted to get a chestnut because I really appreciate them.
Thank you.
And you. That is all. I missed you. Thought I'd come in and say hi. Hi, everyone. Hope your night is going well. And yeah. And I hope this lovely human has... I'm so blessed to have you as my lovely human.
Thank you.
My sunshine.
I love you.
I love you too. Oops. Almost took out his ears. Bye, guys. Love you.
And you are well?
I am well. I had a really good day.
I'm happy to hear that.
Only 2 lessons, but lots of blessings. The cats are well. See you later.
Bye.
Did you eat?
Not yet.
Okay. Bye.
That was a good yamio. I'm grateful for that. It's been a while since she's come on, so that was sweet. That's okay, dear Conan. You were wondering what I was saying to you when I said that seems to be for the majority. We were talking about interpretations of religion, and that the most common interpretation of many religious teachings by the majority is not going to be the same for the few people that truly exemplify those traditions beautifully. The saints and sages of these traditions that have understood the core of these mystical teachings. Thank you, dear Dancing Aurora Borealis, for the swan you sent to. Kam Prajapataye Namaha. Dear Holy, you had asked, how long did it take me to learn all of these teachings? Not long at all, because I don't consider them to be teachings, but just things to point out that exist already within all of us, including myself. Now, how did I figure out how to explain it? Well, a lot of doing these live streaming and making videos in the past, and to be honest, talking to other people in my life, including myself. Sometimes when I have a difficult time understanding a topic, I'll put myself in the position of a listener, and I'll play the roles of one side of a perspective or another, either in my head or out loud if I'm out in nature or whatever, and I'll go through these topics until I find a way of saying something that might make sense for as many people as possible. No, you ate the poisonous chestnuts, Arya. Yeah, the horse chestnuts. That's so funny. It's not funny. It's funny because I know you're still alive, and I'm glad you didn't get taken out of this world from that, but yeah. You collect seashells and sometimes paint them. I love that, Wayne. Mm-hmm. You had an obsession with collecting frogs. That's funny. In your forum. John, you ask, can I please explain what the Wronskian does? Is that a method of calculating derivatives, if I remember from my Calculus 3 class? I think it might be a matrix having some relation to the Jacobian or something. I don't know. I don't remember. Does my mom do yoga? No, I don't think she does. No, she does do some stretches, a little in the morning, but nothing just intuitive with her body, I'm pretty sure. She does mom yoga, her own version of whatever it is. I don't get to see it. It's her own private practice. She has told me she's been doing push-ups lately. She's been trying to do as many as she can. And she was getting up there. 10, 11, 12, 13, 17, 20. Until she was doing one push-up and she heard like the most horrible crack in her back. And that was as many as she did that day, just one. Fortunately, it got better. And I assume her numbers have been going up again. But sometimes you have setbacks like that. And I'm grateful that in my mom's little anecdotes, I learned lessons in her life too. Yeah. It is a big synchronicity, the first chestnut she grabbed, meaning, oh mother, because most of them don't say that. Probabilistically speaking, 99% of them say something else, like Rama. Has my mom influenced or encouraged my spiritual development? Absolutely, but never directly. She's never been assertive that I should do this or that in my life. It was always just, she offered the space for me to explore it without holding my hand in any particular direction, other than her gentle reminders of kindness and humility. Mm-hmm. And I finally made my way to the present moment, which means we can begin the live stream. 4 hours later, we can finally begin the live stream. Woo! This is one of those backwards live streams where we do all the manana before everything else. Alright, it's time to start wrapping up the live stream with the sections that we were supposed to do at the beginning. What is yam? Asks Holly. You're new to the live. Yam is my name, my nickname. It comes from my full name, Liam. Liam spelled with a Y, Lyam. Yam is also a tuber and a mantra for the heart chakra. I don't think my mother had the tuber or the mantra for the heart chakra in mind when I was being named that, however. Speaking of mantras, allow me to read to you another mantra from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, this ancient conversation between the divine masculine and feminine. Here the masculine is chanting to his beloved in the 34th Yukti, one of the 112 gateways to the yoga of wonder and delight. This is the 57th verse overall. It goes like this. Asya sarvasya vishwasya paryanteshu samantataha adhva prakriyaya tattvam shaivam dhyatva mahodayaha. That means the air I am breathing was exhaled in ecstasy by an ancient sun. This earth I am standing on was born of cosmic fire. This blood flowing through my veins is as salty as the primordial ocean. The space permeating my body is infinite as the space all around. Above, below, to all sides, within, the elements of the universe are engaged in their ceremony of delight. This is my religion. The attraction between suns is the same as the love pulsating in my heart. You can fit a lot of English words and a few Sanskrit words. Let's pull out a single Sanskrit word, like Samanta, Samanta, from that verse. It means having the ends together, contiguous, neighboring, adjacent, being on every side, universal, whole, entire, all on all sides, around. The practice? In the course of a day, in our ordinary awareness, we forget the grandeur of the cosmos as we focus on the local. At any moment, we can remember the immensity we are a part of. In this practice, we are invited to inhabit that simple truth. The universe is extending in all directions. Your body is the center, and above, below, to all sides, the majestic play of space and energy stretches out forever. You may already sense infinity all around you and be slightly terrified by its vastness. The terror, Jagad Bhaya, terror of the universe in Sanskrit, is natural and is one of the doorways into ecstasy. Dwara, meaning door, gate, passage, opening, way, means of entering ecstasy specifically. You may be able to tolerate it for only a few breaths at a time. It is a very odd sensation to be standing in your garden or on a mountain and experience the earth beneath you as translucent, a little grain of sand floating in a boundless ocean. If you had the resources, you could build a room in which the floors, walls, and ceiling are monitors showing movies of vast reaches of interstellar space with star systems and constellations, worlds upon worlds. One of the skills involved in this practice is developing spherical awareness. Before and after meditation, stand and look in every direction, Extend your arms and move them as far in every direction as they can go. Now, close your eyes and continue, sensing the nature of space all around you. In this way, you gradually develop global, multi-directional awareness. As you get used to this, add multi-sensory awareness, in which you see, hear, and feel in all directions. When you meditate with spherical awareness, great brilliance arises. If you want to develop a verbal mantra to go with this meditation, it could be something like this. In all directions, relatedness. In all directions, intimacy. In all directions, belonging. If you enjoy spiritual language, you could formulate a thought such as, the endless divine mystery is extending around me in all directions, or on every side of me is infinite God consciousness. Modifies the phrase to be something meaningful to you. Samantha is a beautiful mantra to go with this meditation itself and sums up all of the above. Another word in this sutra is Maha, great, strong, abundant, a feast, a festival, the festival of spring. One of the side effects of this practice is that the world begins to seem like a festival. So, take someone to lunch. Make dinner for a group of friends. If you are alone on retreat, feed the birds. That's the practice, as seated by just one word, Samantha, in that Sanskrit verse. Let's read a couple more, shall we? Here is the 35th verse, the 35th yukti, and the 58th verse overall in the scripture. It goes like this. Am Vishwametan Mahadevi Shunya Bhutam Vichintayet Tatraivacha Manolinam Tatastalaya Bhajanam. It means, Shining One, breathing out, let go, and fall into knowing all of creation as existing within space. And you are absorbed in that vibrant, empty fullness. In this moment, your body is intimate with space, exchanging essence for essence, balancing in the midst of vast emptiness, no utter freedom. I love that pair of words, empty fullness. I think we can often misunderstand a sense of emptiness for lack, but you can be full of emptiness. The 35th word of the verse is Vichint. Vicint. Vichint. It means to perceive, discern, observe, to think of, reflect upon, ponder, consider, regard, mind, care for, to find out, devise, investigate, to fancy or imagine. The practice? Breathe with all the meanings of this word, vichint, for a few minutes to open the space for your meditation. Perceive, discern, observe, reflect, consider, regard, care for, find out, devise, investigate, imagine. Here's a whole set of nuances to attention that are as distinct as different asanas, meditation postures. Each term used in the definition suggests a different style of attention, a particular craft skill in your internal yoga. In any given moment, the quality of attention life asks of you may change, from discerning to pondering, from considering to caring for, from investigating to fancying, from reflecting to imagining. Each of these is actually a very different posture or asana for attending to your inner and outer world. An overall skill of meditation is allowing each surprising moment of your experience to invoke just the right quality of engagement. You may find yourself flowing from tending with absorption to studying carefully, then going off in flights of fancy, all in the space of a minute. This supple motion of awareness is how you let the process of meditating be so interesting that you become absorbed. The text uses the word laya, absorbed, dissolved, sport, diversion, merriness, delight in anything. And one more practice. This is the 37th yukti and the 60th verse overall. Or did I skip the 36th? We'll read the 37th next time. We'll read the 36th for last, so I don't miss any. This is the 59th verse. Gata. Pardon me. Gata di bhajane dhrshtim bhitistyakva vinikshipet tallayam tatshanad gatva tallaya tanmayo bhavet. It means space is worthy of worship and wonder. It is the field within which everything exists. Rest your eyes in emptiness, inside a room, a temple, even a little jar, any contained space. Throw the one who is seeing into the center. Entrust your mind to the embrace of space. In a flash, all boundaries dissolve. And the word of the verse is drishti. D-R-S-T-I, drishti. But the R, the S, and the T all are retroflex, which means they have dots under them in the International Alphabet of Sanskrit Transliteration. Drishti. It means seeing, viewing, beholding, also with the mental eye, sight itself or the faculty of seeing, the mind's eye, wisdom, intelligence, regard, consideration, view, notion, theory, doctrine, system, eye, that's E-Y-E, look, glance, or the pupil of the eye, or an aspect of stars, drishti. The practice, whenever you have time and the inclination, throw your awareness into empty spaces, into any container, a pot, a room, or a huge meeting hall, any interesting space with sides or walls. If you want to go on an outer expedition, visit all kinds of spaces and sacred places, temples and cathedrals. Be prepared to catch what happens in the twinkling of an eye. Notice what happens in an instant. There is a momentary dissolution, a quiet dissolving into space. Then in the next moment, you come back to yourself. People who work with spaces as their craft are natural yogis in their own way and are often happy to share their perceptions. Go and talk to potters. Learn how they see the inside of pots, the negative space. Talk to architects and walk around a room with them. They shape matter to make space. Find whoever designed a temple and listen to them talk about the space. Interview an acoustic engineer who designs auditoriums. Seeing is beholding. Those are another wonderful trio of practices from this ancient scripture. Thank you very much for listening with me. Next time we shall continue with the 37th verse. 37th yukti, 60th verse. There's two things going on, the yuktis and the verses. The yuktis are part of the verses, and there's 112 yuktis, but there's also some verses that take place before the yuktis, which we already read, which is why the numbering of the verses is more than the numbering of the yuktis. And then when we get to the end of the yuktis, there'll be some more banter verses between the divine masculine and feminine, which will be very fun at the end. So at some point we'll get to the end of the yuktis, but we'll continue reading the verses. Just to remind everyone, thank you for listening. And if anyone enjoys that reading but hasn't listened to the past ones or is worried about missing a future reading, please know that you're never expected to be here at the times that we read. And I do clip out the readings from all these live streams and put them in a playlist on my YouTube channel, Yamsox Lives. So you can listen to them for free without feeling like you have to be here, in case you find this text helpful, without having to be limited by the time constraint of these live streams. Thank you, dear Lexi, for the 11 club cheers you sent. And hello everyone that joined while we were reading as well. Dear Amelia, you had asked, how can you learn to pronounce Sanskrit like me? Really, you only have to learn 8 things. All Sanskrit sounds are just a combination of 5 plus 3 things. 5 places of articulation. That is to say, every Sanskrit sound takes place in exactly one of 5 places. So, whole categories of Sanskrit sounds all make the same articulation in the mouth. What changes when the place of articulation doesn't change is the other 3 things, which are the qualities that you bring to that region in your mouth. If you can pronounce the letter K, ka, 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 that is the first place. That's called the guttural region of the mouth. There are 7 other Sanskrit sounds that have the exact same articulation as K, but with different of the other 3 qualities. For example, you add voice, the ka becomes ga, which is the letter G in English. We don't learn this in English, but some sounds are secretly the same thing, but you change one quality to transform the sound into another. And I think many children pick up on this, but they're never taught it by their teachers. If you add voice to the letter K, it becomes the letter G. Ka becomes ga. It's the same articulation with your tongue at the back of the throat, but now you voice it. There's another sound in English that takes place in the same spot that also appears in Sanskrit. That's the N and G sound at the end of words like walking, singing, actually in the middle of sing, and in the word English, English. That's also the same place that K and G are pronounced. Ka, ga, nga. Now you've added another quality, which is a nasal quality. And there's other qualities you can vary there, like aspiration, ha, ha, or without voice, ha, that's the English H, ha. And you can create combinations of these qualities too. For example, Sanskrit does differentiate between ka and an aspirated version of that. It's like K-H-A, ka, ka. Or G, but you aspirate that, G-H-A, ga, ga. For instance. Also the vowel ah is produced there. So you've got 8 different sounds. That's 2 to the power of 3. All the different combinations of voicing, aspiration, and what's called occlusion when you produce the plosive sounds like K and G. And all of the other places of articulation in the mouth follow the same pattern. The palatal region where you pronounce cha and ja, you can aspirate them to make cha and ja. Nasalize it, you get the nye sound in Spanish, ña. Or you can create a semi-vowel there, ya, or just a pure vowel, e. Or you can, or is that all of them? I think that's all of them. Same thing with the hard palate where you have to curl your tongue back to pronounce. Ta, ta, da, da, na, ra, ra, sha. Oh, I did forget one. The sibilant of the palatal one. Sha. All you need to learn is 8 things. 5 plus 3. The 5 places of articulation. And the 3 different qualities that change there. Aspiration, voicing, and occlusion. And Sanskrit teaches you. If you know the formula, you just have to practice using that formula. There's all sorts of patterns for you to take advantage of. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your heart me. 10 club cheers and a club power. Aum Kham Jahnavyay Namaha. I'm so happy to hear that you're still alive, dear duck. Namaste, dear Conan. Hello, dear Jarrett. Dear Hassanisms, you asked for any takes on historical materialism. Historical materialism. Well, what is materialism? Materialism, you can interpret in 2 ways. There's philosophical materialism, the idea that all things are ultimately made up of matter, and there is no transcendental substance that is immaterial. It's a rejection of the metaphysical materialism, that everything is ultimately material. Then there's the kind of economic materialism, where we are pursuing materialistic things in our culture, in our society, that we value the material more than anything else. These things are not new. In the past, if you go back in time, you will find both forms of these materialism. However, we find it increasingly becoming the norm for the modern world, when in the past there was less materialism. There wasn't no materialism in the past. Absolutely there was materialism. But if you go back thousands of years, there did seem to be more variety in the world than just seeing that everything was purely matter, or that And the only thing there is to attain in life is just material possession. I'm certainly no materialist. And I do see there is something more than just this physical existence. And that's us, as the consciousness that uses the material of this body to express itself in this world. We have come here in this world not to get anything from it, but to give to it. And we will have to give everything back that we get from it one day anyway. I think we can turn to history for many examples of people that really embodied this, saints and sages that understood that principle. And I'm hoping that in the modern age we can learn from such beings whose teachings have been preserved. And that's a great reminder to unclench our jaws and take a breath, dear Doug. There is a lot of overlap in materialism and hedonism. That's another good term, dear Holly. I have a question of the day for all of you, if you're interested in exploring it together. Today my question is... No, I'm still in the Shravana. I gotta try to change scenes. That was the show and tell text from the last live stream. Here we go. Today my question of the day is... How do you make your awareness more even? I was like, why does that text look so small? I don't remember writing that. Oh, that's right. That was our show and tell from a few live streams ago. How do you make your awareness more even? And what does that mean? What is the practice of making our awareness even? I recognize it's not a easy to answer question. It may be a simple question. It's not easy. So please take your time with it. I'll give you a few minutes before we move on to our final segment of the live stream. We'll do a meditation soon. How do we make our awareness even? Why is the gain so high in my microphone, asks Seppi. I don't think it is. I think it's actually all the way down. Yeah, it is at its lowest setting. You want to hear it louder? Now here's me turning the gain up. Yeah, this is how sensitive this microphone is. We're not even close to the highest gain setting. Yeah? This is the high gain setting. Let's turn that down. Now we're at the lowest gain setting. Alright. Yeah, even. How do we make our awareness even? Even in this case meaning homogeneous, balanced. Breath, shares Taylor, and I like that. Emilio, you share through meditation and contemplation of the higher realities. I like that, because the higher realities are what pervade everything equally. Dancing Aurora Borealis, you share by being here, now, and now, and now. Well said. That's funny, Seppi. Maybe I can speak quieter. Dear Tea with Tay, you share by being not so attached to any particular thing, belief, idea, mindset, etc. I like that. Slowing down, shares Lexi. Yeah. There is a connection between being slow and filling our experience more evenly. Detached spaciousness. That is a good rhythm to it. Detached spaciousness. Tattvamasi. You share awareness is always even. It's our reactions that are not even. Well said. Not seeing our opinions as absolute truths. That's very humbling. Yeah. Well said, dear user 308. Awareness itself. Shares Elixir. Alex. Dear Jackie, you think yours is not real even right now. It's been spiking and staying spiked. What's that? Your awareness? Well, your awareness is the most real thing that can be. Satchitananda. It is the bliss of truth itself. As the chit, conscious awareness. Or you said real. Oh, real even right now. I see what you mean. You're using the even in the same sense as my question of the day. It's not real even, rather than not real even right now. I see. That's my misreading of your comment. Yes, not real even. It's been spiking. That makes sense. I understand you now. Yeah. That is understandable. Perhaps you can take advantage of some of these wonderful answers like breathing. Great first step. Declare war on prime numbers. Well, there is one even prime number. And it's the oddest of them all. And that's 2. 2 is the oddest prime number because it's the only even one. Thank you, Jackie, for your tiny beep. By being slow, present, and stop for a minute and just feel. Shares by Farah. I love that. Yeah, grounding. Shares Artorica. And Matt, you share, maybe awareness doesn't require doing something. Maybe it's the dropping of attachments. I love that. Thank you for putting it like that. Awareness is odd. Yeah, I'm even with you there, Audrey. Even meaning consistent, shows G. Yeah, I see that interpretation of my question. Sometimes I don't mean anything particular by my questions. So physically, you share to that interpretation, maintaining breath control makes one's awareness even. Well said. Stability, shares Anne. Love yourself, shares Nas. Yeah, I like that. Awareness shifts depending on what we focus on. I see the truth in that, Holly. Just that. Existence, shares by Farah. Could that be emptiness also, shares Lexi? Feeling it. Absolutely. Yeah. These are wonderful answers to my question of the day. Thank you for even taking a moment to answer this random question on a random TikTok live stream. everyone. I always value your insights. And I learn so much more from asking you all things like this. Thank you. So I will tell you my answer to my question of the day. I make my awareness more even by asking you all questions like these to fill in the gaps of things I might not be so evenly aware of. Hug the void. Cheers by Farah. I value yours too, dear Emilio. Oh, thank you, Crown City Cards. By surrounding yourself with folks that you resonate with as much as possible. Jared, you add, when amongst a group of people, try to view yourself through someone else's perspective. That's so healthy. It's a talent and a bit of an art to use your imagination in that way. It is one of the greatest skills you can acquire, however. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I will pause the question of the day there for now. If you had one ready to send, still, please send it. No hard limits on this question of the day. But I will transition to the nididhyasana, which is the Sanskrit term for the final portion of a sangha, dedicated to supplementary practice, and we will supplement this live stream with a closing meditation. I love meditations that involve the senses, so we'll be absolutely feeling this one, hearing this one. It'll be a mantra japa meditation, which is my favorite form of meditation. Hello, Munsa. We're continuing to go through an ancient scripture. Today's meditation is built around one of the sounds of Sanskrit. That sound itself is ta, ta, ta. What is that sound? Well, it looks like this in Devanagari, the most common script used to render Sanskrit today. And it's symbolized by a T with a dot under it in the International Alphabet of Sanskrit transliteration that you see here. So the T is being used because it does sound like the English letter T, ta, but the dot under it indicates that this is something a little different. What we do is you curl your tongue back to pronounce it. It's called retroflex, named after the position your tongue must flex in to be able to pronounce it. What actually happens is the bottom of your tongue touches your hard palate, ta, just as you were to make a T sound like in English. It's unique for English speakers because we don't have any retroflex sounds, but many other languages do, especially Sanskrit. The sound itself is said to be red. It has the color of red. So I've colored the mantra this red today. It's said to even have the ability to give happiness, and not just happiness, but a kind of whole and complete happiness. It's dedicated to a particular form of Shiva, one of the many forms of the divine in India. Shiva is known to be celebrated as the Lord of the Chief of the Ganeshas, which is going to take me a second to break down what that means. So the word here is Bhrungi, or Brungin, depending on how we attend to the grammar. So the word Bhrungi is a name for the chief of the Ganeshas. The Ganeshas comes from the word Gana, which means group or clan, and Isha, which means the Lord of. So we've got like 3 or 4 different levels of lords and chiefs happening here. Bhrungisha is the lord of Bhrungin, who is the chief of the Ganeshas. The Ganeshas are the lords of the Ganas. And the Ganas are a particular group of celestial beings. Basically, this form of the divine is at the top of the hierarchy. Not to create a sense of hierarchy, but as a very traditional way of perceiving the divine as like a CEO, as the head honcho of communities. That when there are various levels and layers of communities, we are referring to the head of the head of the head of the heads. Just kind of like in Christianity, one of the names for the divine is the King of Kings or the Lord of Lords. This kind of mantra celebrates that aspect. So the whole mantra is Om Tang Bhrungi Shaya Namah. And I'm actually I need to double check if I've spelt that mantra right. 1 second. Yep, okay. We'll be chanting it 108 times. Thank you for your patience and allowing me to tell you everything you might need to know in order to chant this mantra. I want you to have the best experience possible. I've added some more pronunciation pointers here. For example, we have 3 long vowels. O, E, A. Whenever you see a vowel with a line over it, that means it's long. With the exception of O's and A's, they're always long. We have 2 different retroflexes. I already told you about the Ta, which is the bija, the seed of this mantra. But there's also the R with the dot under it. R. You see that actually as the vowel of the word Bhrungin. A little known fact about the sound R is that it exists in the vowel space, although we tend to use it only as a semi-vowel in English. In Sanskrit, it can completely be its own vowel. So we're going straight into the G sound from an aspirated B sound, and we've also got an anuswara. Oh my goodness, it looks like quite the consonant cluster, right? But actually we can simplify this. The B and the H is like one sound. It's ba, ba, ba. We don't have a difference between aspirated and unaspirated sounds in English, so we have to use an H to tell us that this is an aspirated B, ba. Then the M with a dot under it is a nasal sound. As I said, it's called the anuswara. It's not actually another sound that happens after the R. What it does is it colors the vowel before it to be nasalized. It ends up kind of sounding like an NG sound, nga, before the G. So that whole cluster is brung, brung, brungi shaya, brungi shaya. I think it looks more complicated than it sounds. Beautiful sound. Finally, the other funny sound we have is at the end of Nama. This is an H with a dot under it, which is like a mini exhale, known as a visarga in Sanskrit. Nama. Again, one more time. Om Tam Bhrungi Shaya Nama. Sanskrit is traditionally an orally transmitted language, so you just listen. All this text here is not to overwhelm you, just to give you information in case you want to practice. I'll begin, and this mala will let us know when we're done chanting. Aum Tam Bhrungi Shaya Namah. Aum Tam Bhrungi Shaya Namah. Aum Tam Bhrungi Shaya Namah. Aum Tam Bhrangishaya 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 Bhrangishaaya Namah. Aum Tam 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 Bhrungishaya 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 Namah. Salutations to the Lord of the Chief of the Lord of the Ganas. May we rest in the reverberations of this mantra dedicated to you. Feel the effects of happiness in our system from chanting to you. In a few moments of silence. you for meditating or chanting with me. This has been one of my longer live streams. Good 5 hours and 15 minutes. Good time to end. Thank you everyone for being here. Thank you to those who sent a gift whilst we were meditating or chanting. Dob Darker, thank you for your heart beam. Ham Gangana Rupaya Namah. Thank you, dear Anna Poles, for your heart beam. Am Gangoraya Namah. Thank you, Dancing Aurora Borealis, for your club power. Am Kalaya Namah. And dear Lexi, thank you for your 11 roses. Am Cham Chandarudraya Namah. Wow, we almost got to 100,000 likes. I almost never look at that until one of you points it out. I forget that you get to see that as well. That's a lot of taps on the screen. And I thank you. I know it helps push the live stream to a wider audience, which is never expected. Thank you, dear Atrox, for the rose that you sent. Om Chang Bhadrakalyay Namah. Worth every second. Oh, thank you, Jeet. It's very sweet of you. That was the language of Sanskrit, dear Rachel. Thank you for being part of the space, dear Adri. Thank you for thanking G for moderating. Yes. Round of applause for my moderators. You were really doing some tough work some of these days. It's difficult to be patient with everyone and to know when to set that boundary. So thank you to my lovely moderators. If there's anything I can do to make this space more inclusive for anyone next time, everyone is welcome to let me know what I can do differently. I'm definitely not infallible. I am human and I make mistakes. And you can let me know if there's things I can do differently. I have my inboxes always open on Telegram, Instagram, WhatsApp, even email. I think I'm a little behind in my emails, just a few days, just to let you know. I almost always respond to my Instagram, my Telegram, and my WhatsApp every day, though, in case that option works for you. Wow, 100,000 tabs. It's not often we get that many. I think we've done it a couple times before over the past year and a bit. It was pretty ridiculous to imagine that many tabs. If we were playing Cookie Clicker, we'd have 100,000 cookies. So I imagine each tap to be just as sweet as a cookie. Thank you. Woohoo! It shows that I imagine that's a very collective effort. That thousands and thousands of likes like that can't be ascribed to any one of you. Tell me if I'm wrong. Maybe one of you has truly tapped 80,000 times, and then the rest of us filled in the other amount. But I'm going to assume that it was a collective effort, and it goes to show how we can make a difference, even if we contribute proportionately a small amount. It's the collective force itself that comes together to combine all of our efforts into something whole. We are one. Well said, dear Lexi. You might be up there, shares Matt. Well, thank you, nonetheless. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your 10 roses. Jam Jambhabhite Namah. This has been one of my favorite live streams so far. So thank you for being part of that, everyone. I will upload this live stream to my YouTube channel, Yamsox Lives, as well as the meditation and the reading that we did. Pardon me. And as a reminder, I don't just upload the live streams and the clips from these live streams in their own playlists, but I run them all through a program that costs me some money. That chapters each video down to the minute. So if you are feeling like, yeah, it could be useful to look back on these videos, but you wouldn't know how to navigate all the way to a certain part, well, I've got you covered, as I've written a program that actually gives context down to the minute, so you can open up the description of the videos and click on like exactly when something at a certain time was discussed, just to make all the information that we share as accessible as possible. And that's for free for all of you. Of course, dear Matt. Always welcome to. Thank you, dear Lexi, for your marvelous confetti too. Jam Ardhanarishwaraya Namaha. Thank you for planting the seed, dear Matt. I might forget. Maybe you can send me something of Anthony's in a message. I don't respond to messages on this platform, TikTok, but the other ones I mentioned that are all linked in the link tree in my bio, that might be more helpful, so I can honor your request more fully. Yes. Thank you for being a data point to that hybrid gem. When we fall into cycles with the moon, I think it means we're connected with that side of ourselves. It is the 4th day in the lunar waxing phase. The 4th Tithi, Tithi, known as Chaturthi in Sanskrit. Every day from now, for the next 11 lunar days, the moon will get brighter and brighter, which means the feminine should be getting more and more expressive. Pay attention to the feminine side of yourself. You'll notice it's probably for the next 11 days going to become a little more direct, expressive, radiant. And then on the full moon on the 11th or 12th of May, I believe, then it'll start withdrawing the feminine energy inward again. That's very kind of you, dear Matt. I do love Alan Watts and Ram Dass. The 12th, that's it. That's right, G. How could I forget? So this is the end of the live stream. Thank you, everyone. May this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. Masato ma sadgamaya tamaso ma jyotirgamaya mrityor ma mritangamaya. Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Tat Sat. Lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to the light, from death to deathlessness. May there be peace in us, may there be peace in our environment, and may there be peace in the forces that act on us. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, everybody. I am going to hydrate, take care of this body, upload these clips and this live stream, help my mom with some chores, And I'll have a bit of a fire sacrifice tonight, since I heard in some other traditions that it's a very important night for Mother Earth, for Mother Nature. It's good to have a fire sacrifice tonight, apparently, and I'll be doing so. And maybe you can use this night as well to open your hearts and intentions to whatever you want Mother Earth to be imbued with. It's said that if you give your intentions to Mother Earth on this night, she will be pregnant, so to speak, with that until the summer solstice. So if that means anything to you, maybe consider having a fire tonight. And Earth Day was a few days ago too. Yeah. So a good time. Spring is here. Mother Earth has some auspicious times for you to dedicate yourself. The Night of the Witches, it's called. Thank you, G. Yeah, the day before May 1st. April 30th. Thank you, everyone. May you all have a wonderful rest of your present moment.